You've been waiting for weeks, maybe months. You carefully spit in that tube, you mailed it off, and you obsessively tracked its progress online, daydreaming about the incredible secrets it was about to unlock. And then the email arrives. Your DNA results are in. You click the link, your heart pounding, ready to finally see the definitive story of you. But instead of clarity, you're now met with confusion. A pie chart, a map with colorful splotches, and a list of percentages that feel both strangely specific and totally alien. 42% English. Well, you thought your family was German. 17% Swedish. You don't even know a single person from Sweden. And what in the world is broadly Northwestern European? This isn't the neat and tidy family history you were promised. It's a mess. If you're staring at your screen now thinking, well, what does being 17% Swedish actually mean? Or why don't my results match what my grandmother told me? Well, you're in the right place. This isn't a story about you getting it wrong or the test being broken. It's how the story of how genetic ancestry really works. And in this simple guide, we are going to break down exactly what your ethnicity estimate is telling you, and just as importantly, what it's not. So join me today as we provide a simple guide to understanding your ethnicity estimates today on Trace Your New England Roots. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. First off, let's just acknowledge this feeling, that the mix of surprise, disappointment, and maybe even a little suspicion. It's totally normal. You're not alone here. And the number one reaction people have to their first ethnicity estimate is confusion. And that's because we're all taught to think of our ancestry as a clean-cut family tree. And we expect the results to be a perfect mirror of the stories that have been passed down through the generations. And when they don't line up, it can feel like a betrayal either of your family's history or of the science you just paid for. The heart of the confusion comes down to one crucial word, and that is estimate. Your ethnicity results are not a historical document set in stone. They are a scientific estimate, a statistical probability. And the best way to think about it is like a weather forecast. A meteorologist uses complex data models and historical patterns to predict, say, a 70% chance of rain. Now, that doesn't mean it will rain for 70% of the day or that 70% of your town will get wet. It means that in situations just like this one, 7 out of 10 times in the past, it has rained. And your ethnicity estimate works in much the same way. When your results say you're 17% Swedish, it's not saying that you have a great-great-grandparent who is 100% Swedish. What it is saying is that 17% of your DNA looks a whole lot alike the DNA of a specific group of people that the testing company calls their Swedish reference population. It's a measure of similarity and not a direct certificate of heritage. So then how do we figure this out? Well, the science gets incredibly complex, but the basic idea, it's still pretty straightforward. Your DNA has specific points of variation known as SNPs. Think of these as tiny genetic signposts. And over thousands of years, as groups of people lived, have had children in certain parts of the world, some signposts became way more common in that group than in others. The DNA testing company has built what is called a reference panel. It's just a massive library of DNA from thousands of people who have a long documented family history from a single region. And to build their Irish panel, for example, they find people whose four grandparents were all born in Ireland and whose family trees prove deep roots in that region. And when your the spit tube arrives, the company's algorithm scans your DNA for hundreds of thousands of these genetic little SNPs, the signposts. It then chops your DNA into small segments and compares each one to all of the different groups in its reference library to find the best match. If a piece of your DNA looks most similar to the DNA from their Irish reference group, well, then it gets a little Irish label. If another piece looks most like their Nigerian group, then it gets a Nigerian label. And then after doing this for your entire genome, the algorithm adds up all the labels to get your final percentages. So a 17% Swedish result means that after all of that comparing, 17% of your DNA pieces were most similar to the DNA from their Swedish reference panel. And understanding this is the first and most critical step. It's not about finding a Swedish person in your family tree. It's about finding DNA inside of you that tells a story with a Swedish origin, that no matter how ancient or how recent that might be. So let's talk a little bit about the limitations of the science. So if the science is so straightforward, why are the results so often so messy and confusing? Why do they sometimes feel just plain wrong? And this is where we get into these limitations, the so-called art behind the science. The accuracy of your ethnicity estimate depends almost entirely on one thing, and that is the size and quality of the company's reference panels. So imagine trying to paint a detailed picture of every person in the world, but you only have reference photos from, say, Europe and West Africa. You'd probably do a great job identifying people with that ancestry. But then what happens when, say, someone from Japan or Korea walks in, or from a remote tribe in the Amazon? You wouldn't have a good reference photo to compare them to, would you? You'd have to guess, maybe labeling their feature as broadly East Asian, or just flat out getting it wrong. And this is the exact challenge that DNA companies face. Historically, the vast majority of DNA test takers have been of European descent, and it's because of this. The reference panels for places like Great Britain and Ireland and Scandinavia are huge and are incredibly detailed. And companies can often distinguish between DNA from neighboring counties within the UK because their data is just so rich. But for populations that are underrepresented in these databases, including many indigenous or Asian and African groups, the reference panels are smaller and therefore are less specific. And this leads to a couple of common problems. First, your results might be vague, lumping you into a huge category like one of those categories, broadly Central and South Asian, for example, instead of a specific country. And then second, your DNA might be misidentified as coming from a neighboring region that just happens to be better represented in the database. And this is why at a continental level, like Europe versus Africa versus Asia, these tests are extremely reliable. The genetic differences are ancient and they're easy to spot. But at the country level, especially for neighboring countries, things do get fuzzy. The genetics couldn't care less about the borders politicians drew 100 years ago. People have been moving, they've been trading, and they've been marrying across what is now the France-Germany border for thousands of years. Genetically, they can look very, very similar. So if your German ancestors lived near the French border, it's not at all surprising to see France show up in your results. It does not mean that your grandmother had a secret French lover. It means that the people in that area share a deep common genetic history. And here's the other thing, folks. The algorithms and the reference panels are constantly being updated. And this is great news for us because it means that the science is always getting better. But it also means your results can and probably will change. That 17% Swedish that you see today might become 12% Swedish and 5% Norwegian in an update next year. Your DNA isn't changing, but the company's ability to read it is getting more refined. Think of this, think of it like a blurry photo that slowly comes into focus. Each update gives a slightly clearer picture. And this is also why different companies give you different results. Ancestry DNA, 23andMe, and MyHeritage all have their own private databases or reference panels, and they all have their own secret sauce algorithms. They're all looking at your DNA, but they're comparing it against different data sets, which naturally leads to different percentages. So with all that in mind, how do we look at our results in a way that's actually helpful? Well, let's walk through a practical step-by-step guide to making sense of that colorful map. First, always start broad and then work your way in. Don't get hung up on the exact percentages right away. Look at the big picture. Do the continents match what you know? If your family story is 100% European and your results are 99% European, well, congratulations, the test is working. That's checkpoint number one. Trust the high-level regions first. Second, for each percentage, click through and explore the details. This is the single most important thing that you can do. Every testing company hides more information behind that big number, and that's where the real clues are. You'll usually find two key things. You'll find a map and you'll find a range. The map will show you the typical geographic area for that DNA. You'll often notice that these areas are huge and they bleed across modern borders. That surprising 7% Scotland you have, even though you have no Scottish ancestors, it might make a lot more sense when you click the map and then see the region also covers part of northern England and Ireland where your family actually lived. This reveals ancient migration patterns. It's not necessarily a recent ancestor from that spot at all. And even more important is the range. That 17% you see on the main page, it's only the company's most likely guess. But behind the scenes, they run thousands of simulations to calculate a range of possibilities. And when you click on that 17% Swedish, you might see a range from 8% to 25%. This tells you how confident the company is. A narrow range, say of 16 to 19% means very high confidence. A super wide range, like 2 to 28%, it means that the algorithm is much less certain. So low percentages, especially under 5%, often have very wide ranges and can sometimes just be statistical noise. A good rule of thumb here is to be pretty skeptical of anything that reports under 1%. Third, you have to know the difference between ethnicity regions and communities. The percentages, like 25% Sweden and Denmark, these are the broad ethnicity regions, looking back hundreds or maybe even thousands of years. But some tests, like Ancestry DNA, will also give you what are called communities. These are much more recent, usually within the last 5 to 20 generations. They don't use percentages, and instead, they link you to a group of people in the database who all share significant DNA and have family trees that point to a specific time and place. For instance, you might be assigned to the early settlers of Western Pennsylvania community. This is a gold mine for genealogy. It means that the system found a network of your genetic cousins who all have ancestors from that exact location. And this is often way more useful for building your family tree than just the broad percentages alone. So if you're finding this helpful for decoding your own results, make sure that you hit that subscribe button. We've got a lot more to cover on this, and you don't want to miss it. So make sure that you're subscribed and click on that bell. So let's answer some of your biggest questions here. And there really are just three most common and often most emotional questions people have after seeing their results. Question number one is, why are my siblings' results so different than mine? We have the same parents. Why are they so different? And this is probably the question I hear most often, and it has a it has a really cool biological answer, and that's genetic recombination. It's a myth that you inherit a neat 25% of your DNA from each grandparent. You get exactly 50% of your DNA from your mom and 50% from your dad. And they each give you a completely random shuffle of their own DNA. Think of your parents' DNA, and we've used this analogy before, as two decks of cards. When you were conceived, your mom and dad each shuffled their decks and dealt you half their cards. When your sibling was conceived, they shuffled and dealt a completely new hand. Even though you both drew from the same exact two decks, you each got a different combination of cards. You might have inherited your mom's entire chunk of Irish DNA, while your brother or sister inherited her Italian DNA instead. You both have a 100% Italian grandmother. But the genetic lottery here means that your sibling's test shows a high Italian percentage, while yours might show none at all from that specific ancestor. And on average, full siblings share about 50% of their DNA, but the other 50% is what makes you different. And that is why your ethnicity estimates can vary so much between you and your brother and your sister. You and your sibling are just different chapters in the same family history book. Question number two. Why don't my results show the heritage that my family always talks about? My grandmother swore we were once Cherokee. This is a really common and sensitive issue. There are a few reasons this happens. First and foremost, and most simply, family stories can sometimes just be wrong. Histories get romanticized. Secrets are kept and details get fuzzy over time. A story about a single ancestor can grow into a family legend that doesn't reflect your entire genetic makeup. And it's also worth noting that rates of misattributed parentage are estimated to be around 1 to 10% in the general population. So family secrets are more common than we might think. And also remember that you only get 50% of each parent's DNA. If that indigenous ancestor is 5 or 6 generations back, the mathematical odds of you inheriting a detectable amount of their DNA are actually pretty low. Through the random shuffle of inheritance, that specific DNA just may have simply been lost to time in your line, even though it is a valid part of your family tree. Third, and this is especially true for Indigenous American ancestry, American Indian ancestry, the reference panels are a big issue. For many historical and cultural reasons, Indigenous populations are severely underrepresented in genetic databases. This makes it hard for testing companies to confidently identify that DNA, especially in such small amounts. This is an area the science is actively trying to improve, but the limitations are very real even today. Question number 3, why do different companies give me different results? And why do my results keep changing? We've already touched upon this somewhat, but it's worth hammering it home. Every company uses its own unique reference panel and its own secret recipe to analyze it. It's like asking 3 different chefs to bake a cake with the same ingredients. The final cakes they'll be similar, but they're not identical. One company might be better at picking out Scandinavian DNA, while another excels at breaking down UK heritage. Testing with more than one company, which I recommend, can actually be helpful to see where the results overlap and then build a consensus. And your results do change because the science gets better. When a company adds thousands of new people to its reference panels every year, it can then reanalyze your DNA with more precision. A region that was once broadly European, it might now get pinpointed as Germanic Europe. It's not a mistake. It's just an evolution of the technology. It's best to see your ethnicity estimate not as a final grade, but as a living analysis that will get more refined over time. So what should you do with your ethnicity estimate? Well, first let go of the idea that it's a perfect, precise pie chart of your identity. It's not. It's just a starting point. It's a clue. It's a fascinating, messy glimpse into the deep history written in your cells. It's a tool for exploration, and it's never meant to be a final answer. Look beyond the percentages. Dive into the maps, the ranges, and pay close attention to your communities. Use these as guideposts for your own research. And most importantly, folks, shift your focus from the ethnicity estimate to what is truly the genealogical gold of a DNA test. And that is the list of your genetic relatives. Those matches are not an estimate. They are a concrete scientific confirmation of a family relationship. That list is where you will prove your family tree and break down your brick walls. Your DNA results didn't give you a simple answer because human history isn't simple. It's a story of constant movement, of surprising connections and hidden stories. Your ethnicity estimate it's only just one fascinating chapter in a much larger book. Embrace the questions it raises. Use it as a catalyst for curiosity, and let it be the beginning and not the end of your journey to discover where you came from. Well, I hope this guide helped clear up some confusion around your DNA results. If you want to take the next step and learn how to use your DNA matches to build out your family tree, be sure to stay tuned as we'll walk through some of the exact techniques that the pros use. And don't forget to join my growing Substack, where I provide my viewers and followers exclusive content. And please share in the comments what the most surprising part of your own ethnicity estimate was. I can't wait to read your stories. I love them. Well, thanks for watching. This again is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. You got your DNA results back, and you've seen the pie chart. Maybe you're 40% Italian and 30% Scottish. That's cool. But what if I told you that's just the appetizer? It's the glossy cover on a much more detailed, much more fascinating book. The real power of your DNA test isn't just knowing where your ancestors were from, but discovering who they were and finding living relatives you never knew you had. And get this, a survey from Ancestry in 2022 found that more than half of Americans can't even name all 4 of their grandparents. Can you believe that? Your DNA holds the keys to changing that. So today, we're going way beyond the ethnicity map. We're going to read the real stories written in your DNA. Join me today as we learn what autosomal DNA really tells you. Today on Trace Your New England Roots. You got... Hello, my friends. Welcome back. It's Monday. It's been a while since I have received a request to answer some genetic DNA questions, so I'm going to break this up over multiple videos and space them out over the next several weeks. I am going to try to keep the videos to around 15 or 20 minutes. We have a lot of ground to cover here, so let's roll up our sleeves and start with the absolute basics of autosomal DNA, because getting this one concept changes everything. You have 23 pairs of chromosomes in almost every cell in your body. Think of them like 23 pairs of encyclopedias. So now one of those pairs, the 23rd, these are your sex chromosomes. They're the ones that determine if you are biologically male, XY, or female, XX. They're super important for certain kinds of DNA testing, but the real action for us today is in the other 22 pairs. These are what are called your autosomes, and the DNA that they hold is your autosomal DNA. And here's the crucial part. For each one of these 22 pairs, you only get one chromosome from your mom and one from your dad. And that right there is a huge difference from other DNA tests that you've probably already heard of. Y-DNA testing, for instance, only follows a direct paternal line, or your father to his father and so on, because men only have a Y chromosome. And mitochondrial DNA, or the mtDNA, only traces the direct maternal line, mother to mother, mother to mother, and so on. So think of it like this. Y-DNA and ntDNA are like following a single straight road back in time. It's a long road for sure, stretching back thousands of years, but it's just one road. Autosomal DNA, on the other hand, is like a massive, sprawling highway system. It carries information from all your ancestral lines, your mom's, your dad's mom, their parents, and so on and so on. And with every generation, these chromosomes, they get shuffled and they get recombined, like taking two decks of cards and shuffling them together, and then in dealing a whole new hand. And because of this constant shuffling, you only get about 50% of your DNA from each parent, or roughly 25% from each of your grandparents, and about 12.5% from each of your grandparents. The amount pretty much gets cut in half with each subsequent generation. And this shuffling process is called recombination. And it's exactly how these tests can connect you with relatives from every single branch of your recent family tree. This isn't about one straight line here. It's about the rich, complex tapestry of your entire family. And when you first open your results, when you get that test result back, that colorful map and pie chart, it's the first thing that you see. This is your ethnicity estimate, and it's what most people think a DNA test is all about. The companies compare your DNA to what they call reference panels. These are samples from people with deep, documented roots in very specific parts of the world. And by seeing which populations your DNA looks the most similar to, the most like, they can estimate that, say, 40% of your DNA looks Italian. Now, this is looking at patterns that can trace where your ancestors lived roughly 500 to 1,000 years ago. But it is only an estimate, and the accuracy can vary. And some companies are better at it than others. And even the best ones can have a tough time with certain populations, especially in a place as genetically mixed as Europe. It's also really important to remember that because of this random lottery of DNA inheritance, you don't inherit DNA from every single one of your ancestors. And once you get past, say, 5 or to 7 generations, it's totally possible for an ancestor to be in your paper trail family tree, but for none of their DNA to have actually made it down to you. So if your family has always said you have a Native American ancestor 8 generations back, but it doesn't show up in your ethnicity estimate, bing bing, that doesn't automatically mean the story is false. It might just mean you didn't happen to inherit that specific piece of DNA. The further back you go, the more the signal gets lost in the noise. And while the ethnicity estimate is a fun starting point, it is just that, folks. It's a starting point. It's a blurry big picture view of your ancient history. The real magic, and the part that changes everything for genealogists like you and me, is a completely different feature. And this is your match list. And this, folks, is where your DNA test goes from being just a fun novelty to a revolutionary genealogy tool. Every autosomal DNA test gives you a list of DNA matches or genetic relatives. And these are people that are in the company's database who share identical segments of DNA with you. And if you share DNA with someone, you share a common ancestor. It really is just that simple. The more DNA you share, the more recently you shared that ancestor, is the more related that you are to that other person. This is measured in a unit called a centimorgan or a cm. You don't need to get bogged down in the complex genetics of this. Just think of centimorgans as a way of measuring the length of the identical DNA segments that you share. A parent and a child will share around 3,400 centimorgans. First cousins might share around 850. And by the time you get to fourth cousins, you only might share 30. The testing companies use these numbers to predict your likely relationship from second to fourth cousins. This is the feature that demolishes brick walls. This is how an adoptee can find their birth families. This is how you can prove that your great-great-grandfather on paper is actually your biological great-great-grandfather. Now, the single biggest factor for success here, folks, is the size of the database. The more people that's in the pool of that database, the better are your chances of finding a match, especially a close one. And right now, Ancestry DNA has the largest database by a long shot, with some reports saying it's well over 25 million people. So for comparison, 23andMe's database is significantly smaller, and Family Tree DNA is even smaller than that. This means for the specific goal of finding the most living relatives, Ancestry DNA currently holds a clear advantage above everyone else. Your match list isn't just a list of names, it's a list of clues. Each person on that list is a potential key ready to unlock a part of your family story. And now I'm going to show you exactly how to start turning that list of names into real ancestors. So, okay, you are looking at a list of hundreds, maybe thousands of names. It can feel totally overwhelming, and you ask, where do I even start? Well, you just break it down step by step. So step one, we focus on your closest matches first. Don't worry about the person predicted to be your fifth or eighth cousin sharing only 15 centimorgans with you for now. Scroll right to the top. The people you share the most DNA with, they are your most powerful clues. Look for anyone predicted to be first, second, or third cousins. Your shared ancestor is then likely a great-grandparent or a second great-grandparent, which is usually within reach too. Click on one of these close matches. The first thing you want to know is if they have a public family tree linked to their profile, and many do. And that's your first stop. Open their tree and look for surnames you recognize from your own family. Check the locations. Are they the same towns or counties that your family came from, that's been passed down to you? You're hunting for overlaps here. So when you find that aha moment, there's a name or a place that just clicks. Step two is use the magic of shared matches. This is without a doubt the most powerful tool that you have. It might be called shared matches or in common with matches, depending on which platform you're using. And when you're looking at a specific DNA match, now let's call her Jane. This tool shows you a list of everyone else in the database who matches both you and Jane. Now think about what that means. If you and Jane are cousins through, say, your maternal grandmother, then anyone who matches both of you is almost certainly related through that same grandmother's line. And then all of a sudden, you've taken a chaotic list of thousands and you've filtered it down to a specific genetic group. you have created a cluster of relatives who all descend from the same branch of your family. Let me tell you a quick story. Imagine you're trying to find the parents of your great-grandmother, Sarah Smith. You know nothing about her, but in your DNA list, you find a second cousin match. You look at their family tree in the public family trees, and you see that they descend from Sarah's sister, Mary. That's fantastic. Right there, you've confirmed that branch. So now the real work starts. You go to that second cousin's profile and click Shared Matches. This gives you a list of dozens of other people who also likely descend from the common ancestors of Sarah and Mary. You look at their family trees. You start seeing the same surnames popping up again and again. Johnson, Williams, Brown. You notice a pattern. You notice they all have roots in a specific county in Virginia. And by comparing the trees of these shared matches, you can start to reconstruct the family of your brick wall ancestor, even without a direct paper trail to her parents. It's like a genetic triangulation, and that's what it's called. You're using the DNA of living people to rebuild a family from 150 years ago. This process of sorting your matches into genetic networks is the core skill of genetic genealogy. It's how you go from being just a passive observer to an active detective. If this is starting to click and you're feeling that little spark of excitement, do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. We talk about techniques like this all the time. And if you won't want to miss what's coming up. So click on like and subscribe and be notified of when these new videos hit. Step 3, it's understanding what's called the chromosome browser. And if shared matches are like grouping people from the same family reunion, a chromosome browser is like sitting down with them to figure out the very exact ancestor you all share. This tool often gets labeled advanced, but the concept is actually pretty simple. A chromosome browser is a visual tool that shows you exactly which segments of your 22 chromosomes you share with a match. It literally paints the shared DNA onto a map of your chromosomes. So instead of just knowing that you share, say, 50 centimorgans with someone, you can actually see it's a 20 centimorgan piece on chromosome 5 and a 30 centimorgan piece on chromosome 12. And you may ask, why does this matter? Well, because it lets you prove relationships with much more certainty using a technique called triangulation. And here's how this works. If you have 2 copies of each chromosome, one from mom and one from dad, the browser can't tell which is which on its own. But if you find, say, 3 people, yourself, a match, and then another match, all 3 of you share the exact same DNA segment on the same chromosome. You then have a triangulated group. This means that all 3 of you almost certainly inherited that specific piece of DNA from a single common ancestor. Now let's go back to Sarah Smith. You use shared matches to build a group of people related through her known parents. Now, you take 3 people from that group, pick out 3 of them, and pop them into a chromosome browser. If you find a segment where all 3 of you overlap, you've just identified a piece of DNA that either belonged to Sarah's mother or Sarah's father. You have genetically proven your connection. And by doing this, you can start to map your own chromosomes, assigning certain segments to specific ancestors. This part of my chromosome 7 came from my paternal great-grandfather John. It's the final confirmation, fusing your genetic inheritance with your family tree. So then the question people ask also about these tests are, but well, what about health? And while we're focused on genealogy, it is worth mentioning that your autosomal DNA does hold more than just clues about your ancestors. Companies like 23andMe are famous for their health reports. These can give you information on your genetic predisposition for certain conditions and your carrier status for inherited diseases that you might pass down to your children. Ancestry has gotten into this space and offering health tests that can help you understand potential, and again, I'm stressing this, potential family health patterns. These reports analyze the exact same autosomal DNA, but in this case, they look for different things, things that are specific markers called SNPs, or single nucleotide polymorphisms, that research has linked to various health traits. It's a totally different application of the very same raw data, which just goes to show you how much information is packed into those 22 chromosomes. It is a powerful reminder that your genome isn't just a history book, but it's also an instruction manual for your own body. But there are some limitations of what autosomal DNA can tell you and can't tell you. It is amazing that all of these tests, but they aren't a magic wand. It's important to know their limits. And like I said, autosomal DNA gets diluted very quickly. It's most effective for research within the last 5 to 7 generations. But when you go back further than, say, 8, 10, or more generations, that amount of DNA from any one ancestor becomes so tiny that it's often undetectable. Second, an autosomal test alone cannot give a woman her paternal haplogroup. A haplogroup traces a single male or female line way back into deep history. And since the paternal one is traced on the Y chromosome, which women don't have, she would need a test result from her father, brother, or another male relative to that line, or take a Y DNA test to find it. And finally, and most importantly, DNA alone can never tell you the name of an ancestor. Your DNA results are a roadmap, but they are not the destination. They do provide the genetic clues, but you still have to combine them with traditional genealogy, with birth certificates, census records, obituaries, all of these to put names to the faces and stories to the lives of your family. Your match's family tree, it could be wrong. A shared last name could just be a coincidence. You have to use the DNA combined together with the paper trail to build a solid case. So what does your autosomal DNA really tell you? Well, it's so much more than just a pie chart. It tells you who you are related to right now in this moment. It gives you a list of living, breathing genetic cousins, people who hold a piece of your shared family puzzle. And it gives you the tools like shared matches and chromosome browsers to sort those cousins into family lines and then figure out who you have in common with it. It lets you confirm your research, smash through decades-old brick walls, and find family stories you thought were lost forever. The ethnicity estimate is the cover of the book. Yes, it is eye-catching. It is interesting. but it's your match list. That is chapter 1. That is where the real story begins. The real story isn't just about where your family came from. It's about who they were. And now you have the tools to go find them. What's the most surprising thing that you have found using your DNA results? Please share your story in the comments below. I'd love to read it. And if you want me to do a deeper dive into a specific technique that we talk about, like using chromosome browsers, it's Monday morning, browsers, let me know. And finally, don't forget to subscribe for more videos to help you unlock your family's history. And be sure to join my Substack, where I provide access to exclusive content. Thanks for watching. This again is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. So you just opened your DNA results. You're scrolling through a long list of new relatives, new names that you've never seen before, and there you see it. Next to a mysterious person who is predicted to be your first cousin, there's a number, 950 centimorgans. And now you're probably thinking, what on earth is a centimorgan? Is it like a centimeter? And what does that number actually tell you about your connection to this person? If you felt that mix of both excitement and pure confusion, you're definitely not alone. It's one of the biggest hurdles when you're just starting out reading a DNA test for the first time. But what if I told you that this one confusing number is the key to unlocking your family's real story? Now stick with me here, folks, because by the end of this, you won't just understand what a centimorgan is. You'll know how to use it with confidence to start solving your own family mysteries. So join me as I explain what centimorgans actually mean in your DNA test results today on Trace Your New England Roots. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. Well, this video comes to you today because I have been getting a lot of requests from viewers asking for a deeper dive into these centimorgans, what they really mean and how to actually use them in your research. Now, we have touched upon them in several of our broader genetic genealogy videos, but today we're slowing things down. It's going to be a shorter video, and we're going to focus in. If you're new to this topic, I strongly recommend heading back to the genetic genealogy playlist and rewatch those earlier videos first. They'll give you the foundation you need so everything we cover here really clicks. So now, first things first, let's get the biggest misconception out of the way. A centimorgan has absolutely nothing to do with physical distance. You can't measure it with a ruler. So then what is it? In the simplest terms, a centimorgan, which is often shortened to cm, is a unit that measures how much DNA you share with someone. You can think of it like a scoring system for your genetic relationships. The more centimorgans you share, the closer you're related. A higher score means a close relative, like a parent or a sibling, while a low score points to a more distant cousin. Your DNA is organized into these long strings called chromosomes, and when you get a DNA match, the testing company has found long identical segments of DNA that you and your match both inherited from a common ancestor. A centimorgan is just simply the unit that is used to measure the length of these shared DNA segments. So now, while it's not a physical length like inches, it is a measurement of your shared genetic inheritance. It's the first and most important clue that you have to figure out just how someone fits into your family tree. And to really get what a centimorgan is, you need to understand that it's a measure of probability, not just length. So now that does sound complicated, but I do promise you it's not. Let's use an analogy. We've used this analogy before in other videos. Imagine that your DNA is a deck of cards, and you get half your cards from your mom, and you get half of your cards from your dad. Now, your mom didn't just hand you her full deck. Instead, she took her own cards, which she got from her parents, and then gave them a really good shuffle. This shuffling process is called recombination. And then after shuffling, she hands you your half of the deck, and then your dad does the same. You now have your own full, unique deck of cards that's made from a shuffled mix of your parents' DNA. This shuffling happens in every single generation. And when you and, say, a cousin take a DNA test, the company is basically looking at both of your decks of cards to see how many cards and in which sequence of cards that you have in common in your decks. A centimorgan measures the likelihood that two parts of your DNA will stay together during that shuffling process. If two genes are very close to each other on a chromosome, they're very likely to be passed together. Now, if they're further apart, the shuffle will probably separate them. So a large centimorgan number means that you and your match inherited a big, unshuffled chunk of DNA from the same person, a recent common ancestor. While a small CM number means you just share just a few bits and pieces telling you that the common ancestor is much further back in time. And there have been many, many shuffles between you. The term centimorgan does sound super scientific, but it's actually named after a person, and his story involves a whole lot of fruit flies. Now, back in the early 1900s, an American geneticist named Thomas Hunt Morgan was studying heredity. He used fruit flies because, well, to be well, let's face it, they breed incredibly fast, and you can keep thousands of them in just a few milk bottles. Now, after breeding literally thousands of normal red-eyed flies, he one day discovered that there was a single male fly in the batch with white eyes. This was a huge deal, and he started breeding this white-eyed male and meticulously tracked how that trait was passed down. And he found that the gene for eye color was located on the same chromosome that determined the fly's sex. So this was the first concrete proof that genes do actually live on chromosomes. And his work on how genes are linked together and how they can be separated by that shuffling process of recombination laid the foundation for our modern genetics today. And he won the Nobel Prize in 1933 for it. And as an honor, this unit of genetic linkage was thus named the centimorgan. So when you see the word, you can think of Dr. Morgan and his thousands of fruit flies which helped unlock the secrets of your DNA. So let's now look at the practical application from numbers to relationships. So we've talked enough about history and theory. So now, how do you actually use this number in practice? And this is where it gets really fun. You inherit about half of your DNA from each of your parents. So you'll share around 3,300 to 3,700 centimorgans with your mother and your father. For other relationships, the amount of shared DNA then gets cut in half on an average with each generation. Now, this is what allows us to predict how you're related to someone based on this CM count. And let's look at some of the typical ranges. So we've already mentioned that a parent or child will share around 3,300 to 3,700 CM. Your full siblings share a lot, but it does vary, and it varies typically from 2,300 to 3,900 CM. That variation comes from the random shuffling that we talked about. You and your sibling both got a different mix of your parents' DNA. Grandparents, or aunts and uncles or nieces and nephews will fall into the range of about 1,300 to 2,200 CM. Your first cousins will generally share somewhere between 550 and 1,200 centimorgans. And as the relationships then get more and more and more distant, the numbers get smaller and smaller and smaller, and the ranges get wider. A first cousin once removed, for example, who's your cousin's child, for example, is around 140 to 850 cm. A second cousin is typically between 46 and 515 cm, and then a third cousin can be anywhere from 0 to 217. So you see how those ranges start to overlap, and this is where things do get a little tricky. And trying to remember all these numbers can be a pain. So to help you out, I've created a free link to my Substack to a downloadable guide. It's a one-page cheat sheet with all of these relationship ranges that you can keep handy when you're looking at your DNA matches. And I'll make sure I'll put the link inside the description and the comments. It makes it so much easier to just quickly see the possibilities for each match. Now, it would be amazing if every CM number pointed to just one relationship, but let's face it, genealogy is rarely that simple, and there are a few important complications to keep in mind. The first, as we've just seen, is the overlapping ranges. For example, sharing 500 CMs of DNA could mean someone is your first cousin once removed, or maybe a second cousin. The CM number alone only gives you a list of possibilities, but not a final answer. And second, and this just blows people's minds, you can be genealogically related to someone and in fact share no DNA with them. And this usually starts to happen around when you start looking at the third cousin level and beyond. And because DNA inheritance is so random, it is entirely possible that the specific DNA segments that you both inherited from your shared great-great-great-grandparents just didn't happen to be the same segments. And third, some situations can in fact inflate your CM numbers, which compounds this issue. This is common in cases of endogamy, which we've discussed before, where a population has intermarried within a small community for generations and generations, and it can make distant cousins appear much closer genetically than they actually are. You might also have multiple relationships with a match. if your grandparents on one side were distant cousins to your grandparents on the other side, which did happen a lot in small towns, you can be related to someone on multiple family lines, which then adds up this number of shared CMs. The key takeaway here is that the Centimorgan value is your starting point. It's not your final destination. So if the Centimorgan number isn't the whole story, what else do we need? What else do we need to look at? And this is where you get to put on your detective hat. Your single most powerful tool is just building a family tree. Start with what you know and then build it backwards as far as you can. And then you can look at your DNA matches tree and then look for shared surnames, look for shared locations, and you may find common ancestors. And this is how you confirm the relationship that the DNA is suggesting. And then next, use tools designed for this. And the absolute best one, which is especially for beginners, is the shared Centimorgan project tool on the DNA Painter website. It's absolutely free. You just plug in the number of the Centimorgans and it gives you a list of possible relationships sorted by how likely they are. It really is an indispensable tool that even the pros use every single day. And finally, as you do become more advanced, you can look at the number and then the size of the shared segments. In general, closer relationships are made of fewer, larger segments of shared DNA. But when you start looking at more distant relationships, you will find that they are made of many small, fragmented pieces. So if you're stuck between two possibilities with similar CM values, looking at the segment data a little deeper can sometimes be the tiebreaker. So that confusing number on your DNA results page, it's not so scary after all. A centimorgan is not a physical measurement. It's a measure of your genetic story that's named after a Nobel Prize winning scientist and his fruit flies. And just remember, if anything, these three things. Number one, it is a unit of shared DNA. The higher number equals closer relative, and it's just simple as that. Number two, it suggests possibilities, not certainties. Use a centimorgan chart to see the potential relationships for any given number. It is your first clue. It is not your final answer. You combine that number with family trees and tools like DNA Painter to find the real story. You have just now taken a huge step from being confused by your DNA results to now being empowered by them. That number isn't just data anymore. It's the first clue in a detective story, which is your family story. If this video helped you make sense of your results, please hit that like button and subscribe for more videos to help you unlock your family history. And don't forget to join my Substack. You'll find that chart that I mentioned. It'll help make things simpler for you. As I said, I provide access to exclusive content. And now, folks, I want to hear from you. Let me know in the comment, what's the most surprising or confusing DNA match that you have found so far? I enjoy reading your comments, and it's how we all learn. Thanks for watching. Until next time, this is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. You just ripped open your DNA results, your heart pounding with excitement. You scroll straight to your DNA matches and you find a new second cousin. You click on their profile and you get ready to welcome a whole new branch to your family tree. But then you see it. and their ethnicity estimate, and it's completely different from yours. They have 30% Scandinavian, and you have 0. You have a huge chunk of Italian, and they have none. Immediately, your mind starts racing. Is the test wrong? Is my entire family story a lie? But before you start questioning your grandpa's honor, let's take a deep breath here. This is this is completely normal, and it happens all the time. In fact, there is a scientific explanation for all of it. And today we're going to walk through the 3 scientific reasons why your DNA matches can have a totally different ethnicity estimate than you. And by the end of this, you'll understand your own results better than ever. So join me as I explain why your DNA matches might not match your ethnicity today on Trace Your New England Roots. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. We bring you today's episode as a response to a very interesting question that I had received from one of my viewers offline. She was absolutely baffled to find that when she first read her DNA results when they arrived, and when she dug deeper into her DNA matches, they reportedly did not share her ethnicity. And this greatly concerned her, and she began to question both what she thought she always knew about herself growing up and the science in which she had just invested her money. Is this test the real deal, or did she fall victim to some scam? Well, first things first, we have to talk about the single biggest thing that most people miss, and that is finding a DNA match and getting an ethnicity estimate are not the same thing. They are not the same process. They are 2 completely different tools that use your DNA in 2 completely different ways. So think of your DNA as a massive ancient library of cookbooks passed down from all of your ancestors. The DNA matching process is like finding someone who has the exact same recipe card for your great-great-grandmother's legendary lasagna. The test algorithm then scans your library and your cousin's library, and it finds long identical word for word recipe cards, a long segment of shared DNA, and say, hey, you 2 are related because you both inherited this exact same recipe from the exact same person. It's focused on finding recent verifiable connections. The ethnicity estimate, on the other hand, it doesn't care one iota about specific recipe cards. It takes your entire library of thousands of recipes and then does a statistical analysis, then says, okay, so looking at the ingredients and your cooking styles across all your books, it looks like 40% of your recipes use olive oil and oregano, which is characteristic of Southern Italian cooking. Now, 25% use butter and dill, which looks like recipes from Scandinavia, and so on. It is a broad statistical guess about the ancient origins of your entire collection. It's only an estimate. So you and your cousin can share that exact same lasagna recipe, but your overall cookbook libraries can have totally different flavor profiles. And that's why this gets so confusing. The match is concrete. The ethnicity is only an educated guess about your history. So the first and most important scientific reason this happens comes down to just the beautiful chaos of genetic inheritance. Let's go back to the DNA match. When the algorithm looks for a match, it's searching for long, continuous, identical segments of DNA. These are called identical by descent, or IBD segments. The key here, folks, is that you inherit 50% of your DNA from your mom and 50% from your dad. But the 50% you get is a random handful of their DNA. Siblings, for example, share on average 50% of their DNA with each other, but it's not going to be the same exact 50%. The matching algorithm just needs to find one long shared piece, that lasagna recipe card, to prove that you're related. And by long, companies usually mean a segment that is above a certain threshold, which is typically around 5 to 10 centimorgans. The ethnicity estimate is calculated completely differently. It doesn't just look at one segment. It scans your entire genome, and we're talking all 23 pairs of chromosomes, and then it chops it up into thousands of tiny little pieces. And then it compares each of those tiny pieces to a massive database to see which modern day population it looks the most alike. And in its summary of your whole genetic story from both parents going back hundreds of years. So here is where it gets tricky. That long, specific piece of DNA you share with your cousin might not carry a strong ethnicity signal. So think of it like a sentence in a book that uses very common words. It doesn't scream, "This book is French." The ethnicity algorithm might just see it as generically European. So now, while the matching algorithm does see a clear identical segment proving a recent relationship, the ethnicity algorithm, however, looks at that same segment and then basically says, I'm not getting a strong signal here for any specific region. So this is also why you and your siblings have or could have different ethnicity results. Imagine a bowl of M&Ms with different colors representing your parents' ancestries, and you and your sibling both grab a handful, but you won't grab the exact same number of each color. You might get more blue M&Ms. They might get more red ones. And the same thing happens with cousins. You both inherited DNA from your shared grandparents in that candy bowl, but you inherited just a different random mix. So if this is starting to make sense and is clearing up some of the confusion around your DNA results, do me a quick favor and hit that like button below. It's only a small click for you, but it makes a huge difference in helping the channel get this information to more people who are just as confused as you are. So, reason number 2, the second major reason for these differences comes down to something you've probably never heard of, and that's the reference panel. When a DNA company calculates your ethnicity, they compare your DNA to their own private curated collection of DNA samples from people from around the world. This is their reference panel. To be in this panel, a person generally needs to have all 4 of their grandparents born in the same specific region, which proves deep roots in that area. The algorithm then takes your DNA and then asks, so does this piece of DNA look more like the DNA from our Irish reference panel or our Nigerian panel or even our Japanese panel? Your percentage is only just the proportion of your DNA that most closely resembles the DNA of those modern groups. But there is a catch. Every company has its own secret reference panel. Ancestry DNA, 23andMe, and MyHeritage do not share their data. They all have different people, different numbers of people, and different ways of drawing the geographic boundaries. And this creates what I call the reference panel lottery. First, there is the issue of coverage. Historically, these panels were heavily weighted toward European populations. Now, while this is improving, many populations in Africa, Asia, and Oceania are still underrepresented. And the pace of that improvement does vary a lot from company to company. So if you and your cousin share an ancestor from a very small, underrepresented population, your DNA test might not even have a good reference for that region. One company might label it South Asia, while another one just ignores it entirely, which causes a huge difference in your results. Second is what is called granularity. One company might have a huge reference panel for England and be able to break it down into tiny genetic communities by region within that country, while another might just lump it all into northwestern Europe. Your cousin might have tested with a company that has a great panel for Baltic states, so their Lithuanian ancestry is clearly identified. Your company just might not have that category, so it labels the same DNA as just Eastern Europe. Same ancestry, but different labels. And finally, these panels are just based on modern populations who may not perfectly represent your ancestors from 500 years ago. Borders change, people move, your DNA doesn't carry a passport. And the fact that your DNA looks like people living in France today does not mean that your ancestors were definitively French. It's only a statistical probability. Reason number 3 is what I call the phantom cousin. The third reason can be a little unsettling, but you need to know about it. And sometimes a DNA match isn't what it seems. Not all shared DNA points to a recent common ancestor. Some matches, for lack of a better term, are just false positives. And this often happens because of something called identical by state, or IBS segments for short. This is different from the identical by descent segments that you share with your true relatives. An IBD segment comes from one recent ancestor. An IBS segment, however, is a short stretch of DNA that you and another person shared just by chance, because it happens to be extremely common and a larger, much broader population. Think of it like having the last name Smith in the United States. It's very common. If you meet another Smith, you don't automatically assume that you're second cousins. It's just a common name. IBS segments are the genetic equivalent of being named Smith. You just have the same name. These often show up in what genealogists call pileup regions. These are parts of our chromosomes where the DNA sequence is very similar across large, unrelated groups of people. And for a lot of complex reasons, these segments have been passed down for thousands of years and just very widespread. DNA testing companies have algorithms that try to filter out most of these bogus matches, but some do slip through, especially smaller segments. The 15 centimorgan threshold is a reasonable guideline, but some companies use different cutoffs, and this is especially common in endogamous population groups where people married within the community for generations, like the Ashkenazi Jews or French Canadians. In these groups, you are distantly related to almost everyone in dozens of different ways, which creates a complex web of shared DNA that do look like a close match when it really isn't. So if you have a distant match, now we're talking that you share less than, say, 20 centimorgans, and their ethnicity looks wildly different than yours, there's a chance it's an IBS match from a pileup region. The DNA segment is real, but the recent family connection suggests it isn't. And the best way to check a distant match is to see if you share other matches in common, a technique that's called triangulation. True relatives cluster together. False matches usually don't. So let's bring this all home. The next time you open your results and you get a shock, remember the 3 reasons why your cousin's ethnicity can look so different from yours. First, it's just different calculation methods. DNA matching and ethnicity estimates are 2 separate tools. The random way you inherit your DNA means the specific segment you share with a cousin just might not have a strong ethnicity signal for the algorithm to even pick up. Second, there's the reference panel lottery. Each testing company uses its own private databases. They have their own secret sauce with different populations and different labels. Your results completely depend on which company's map you are being compared against. And then third, there are false matches. Some distant matches are not from a recent common ancestor. It's just coincidence. They're just coincidental similarities in our DNA, known as IBS segments or pileups that don't reflect a close family relationship. So here, folks, is the main thing to remember. Do not panic. Do not rewrite the family Bible. And do not doubt your relationship with a proven DNA match just because the ethnicity percentages look strange. The ethnicity estimate, it is a fascinating, ever-evolving novelty, a probable guess about your deep ancestry, but the DNA match, measured in centimorgans, is what is real, is what is actionable proof of a family connection. Trust the match, not the map. Has this ever happened to you? Have you found a cousin with a completely baffling ethnicity estimate? Share your story in the comments below. I'd love to hear about it. And do be sure to check out my Substack, where I provide access to exclusive content. And if you want to get even smarter about reading your DNA results, make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell so that you don't miss out on new content. If you have just received your DNA results and you want to know more about how to read and understand the results, you can start by checking out this video on your DNA ancestry test, Decoded, to get you started. Thanks for watching. Until next time, this is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. You just got your DNA results back, and you're staring at a list of hundreds, maybe thousands of names. And it feels overwhelming, doesn't it? You saw the ethnicity pie chart, which was cool, but then the thought hits you. Now what? What if I told you there's a secret to turning that confusing, endless list into a clear roadmap for your family history? That you could take that chaos and with just a little know-how, organize it into distinct family lines. Well, in this video, that's exactly what we're going to do. We are going to unlock the power of DNA clustering, turning that intimidating list into the greatest genealogical tool you have. This is the key to grouping your matches and finding unknown ancestors, to finally smashing through those brick walls. So stick with me, because this is where you find the real treasure in your DNA test. In this video, as part one of a two-part series, we are going to introduce you to the fundamental concepts of DNA clustering. In part two, we will look at more of a step-by-step guide of how to do genealogy DNA clustering. But before we get into the how, it's so important to understand the why. Today, untrace your New England roots. Hello, my friends. If you're feeling buried under a mountain of DNA matches, I want you to know you're not alone. It's the single most common feeling for anyone just starting their genetic genealogy journey. You get this list of second, third, and fourth cousins, and you have no clue who they are or how they connect to you. It's like being handed a 10,000 piece puzzle with no picture on the box. But folks, here's the good news. There is a system. There is a method to the madness, and it's called DNA clustering. At its heart, clustering is just a way of organizing your DNA matches into groups that likely share the same common ancestor. So think of it like this. You walk into a massive, chaotic family reunion where you don't know anyone. Then a helpful organizer comes up and says, see, you see that corner over there? Everyone standing there descends from your great-grandmother, Sarah. And oh, and by the way, everyone by the dessert table over there, they're all from great-grandpa John's side. Suddenly, the chaos is gone. You now have context. You can walk up to a group and start looking for familiar surnames and locations. And that's exactly what DNA clustering does for your match list. It sorts that jumbled reunion into neat family branches. And instead of staring at hundreds of individuals one by one, you can start looking at them as families. This is a total game changer. And it lets you focus your research confidently, assigning matches to your maternal or paternal lines, and then zero in on the specific ancestors you're looking for. In this video, we're building the foundation you need to start using this powerful technique. Let's look now at the why, or the transformative power of clustering. Before we get into the how, it's so important to understand the why. Why spend your time on this? What's the payoff here? Because honestly, understanding the benefits is what will motivate you to push through. And I promise you, the rewards are huge. First, clustering is the single best way to overcome that feeling of being overwhelmed. That long scrolling list on Ancestry or 23andMe stops being your enemy and then becomes an organized archive. It gives you structure where there was none. For beginners, this is the most immediate and satisfying benefit. You'll finally feel like you're in control of your DNA results and not the other way around. Second, clustering helps you assign matches to specific ancestral lines. If you don't have your parents tested or figuring that out, a new match is from your mom's side or your dad's side, it can feel impossible. Clustering solves this. As you group matches that are related to each other, you'll quickly see distinct family groups form. And once you identify even just one person in a cluster, say a known second cousin on your mom's side, you can pretty safely bet that the entire cluster also belongs to your mother's side. And just like that, you've cut your puzzle in half. You can extend this process until you have 4 main buckets for your matches, 1 for each of your grandparents. Third, clustering helps you break down brick walls. This is the holy grail for genealogists. Let's say you're stuck on your great-great-grandfather and can't find his parents. By creating clusters, you can isolate a group of matches who are all related to you through that specific line. Now, instead of one person's tree, you might have 10 or 20 to compare. By looking at the family trees of everyone in that cluster, you can search for a common surname, a shared ancestral couple, or even a location that pops up again and again and again. That repeating clue is your North Star to navigate. It's the thread you pull that can unravel the whole mystery. And finally, clustering saves you an incredible amount of time. Instead of randomly clicking on match after match after match after match, hoping for a clue, you can be systematic. You can decide that today I'm only working on my paternal grandfather's cluster. You can examine that group, build quick trees for the top matches in it, and search for their common ancestor. It's a targeted, efficient approach that gets results so much faster than scattered research ever could. Ultimately, the why of clustering is about transformation. It turns a list of anonymous names into living family groups. And it turns confusion into a clear, actionable research plan. It's the bridge between having your DNA results and actually using them to build your family tree. Let's look at some core concepts that you must understand to cluster your matches successfully. You need to get comfortable with a few key terms here. And don't worry, folks, that they do sound more scientific than they actually are. We're going to break them down with some simple analogies. Nailing these three ideas is the foundation for everything else. First up, in previous videos, we were introduced to Centimorgans, which you will often see abbreviated as a lowercase c and an uppercase m. Think of a centimorgan as a unit of measurement. It's like an inch, but instead of measuring distance on a ruler, it measures the amount of shared DNA between two people. The more centimorgans you share, the closer the relationship. For example, you'll share thousands of centimorgans with a parent, but maybe only 30 or 40 with a fourth cousin. So when you see you share 150 centimorgans with a match, that number is just quantifying your genetic relationship. Think of it as like a yardstick that we use to guess how closely related we are. The testing companies all have charts that show the probable relationships for any amount of shared DNA. You don't need to trouble yourself to memorize the numbers. Just understand and get the principle. The higher CM means a closer relationship. This is key for clustering because we often focus on matches in a specific CM range, like the second to fourth cousin range, to build our first groups. The second concept, and honestly, this is the big one, is the shared match. On some sites, it's called in common with. This feature is the engine that makes all clustering go. The logic is simple here. If you're related to match A and you're also related to match B, the testing company can check if match E and match B are related to each other. If they are, they're a shared match. Think back to our family reunion. You meet a cousin named Jane. The organizer tells you that another person, Tom, is also your cousin. The shared match tool is like, hey, does Jane also know Tom? And if the organizer says, yep, they're first cousins, you found a shared match. The fact that you, Jane, and Tom all share DNA and that they share DNA with each other means you almost certainly descend from the same family line. This group of three, this triangle, is your first tiny cluster. By doing this over and over and over, you can find everyone at the reunion who belongs to that same branch, growing your cluster from 3 people to 30. It is the absolute cornerstone of grouping your matches. Finally, we have the most recent common ancestor, or the MRCA. This is the ultimate goal of our detective work. The MRCA is the specific ancestor, or more often ancestral couple, that you and your DNA match both descend from. For a first cousin, your MRCA is a set of grandparents. For a second cousin, it's a set of great grandparents. When we build a cluster of matches who are all related, our main goal is to study their family trees, to find that one ancestral couple that shows up in all of them. When you find that couple, you've identified the MRCA for the entire cluster. This is the discovery moment for you. Finding the MRCA is how you label your cluster. It stops from being the mystery green cluster and then becomes the John and Mary Smith cluster. It proves your connection and gives you a solid anchor point in your family tree. So let's recap here. Centimorgans are our genetic ruler. Shared matches are the tool we use to find people for our groups. And the most recent common ancestor is the prize we're all looking for here, folks. When you master these three, you're well on your way. Now, before we get more into the how, let's take a moment, and if you have found this video useful, click on the like and subscribe buttons. Clicking on these buttons is free to you, but it also helps the YouTube algorithm know that you find this information valuable to you. And it will then share this video with other budding family historians and genealogists just like you. It helps to support this channel, and it will allow it to grow so that I can continue to bring you great content. Now, let's look a little bit more into the how, and with an introduction to clustering methods. So, okay, now that we get the why and the core concepts, let's talk about the how. There are several ways to cluster your matches, from simple manual methods to powerful automated tools. And we'll introduce the main approach here, the main approaches here, so that you know what's out there. And then in future videos, we can dig deep down further into each one. The one principle that rules them all is the shared match list. Seriously, learning to use this tool on your testing site is the single most important practical skill for clustering. On Ancestry, for instance, you click on a match and there's a shared matches tab. Clicking this shows you everyone in the database who matches both you and the person that you're looking at. This is your number one discovery tool. Method one, this is called manual clustering. For example, with the leads method. The first method, and the one I think every beginner should learn, is what's called the leads method, developed by a genealogist by the name of Dana Leeds in 2018. It's a brilliantly simple and effective way to sort your matches into grandparent level groups using just a spreadsheet. So here's the big idea. You start a simple spreadsheet. In the first column, you list your DNA matches, focusing on those in the second to fourth cousin range, generally between 90 and 400 centimorgans. We start here because these matches are usually related to you through only one of your 4 grandparent lines. And this is perfect for sorting. You take your highest match on the list that you haven't colored yet. Let's call him match A. You give him a color. We'll say we'll make it blue. Then you go to his shared matches list. For every person on your spreadsheet who also appears in his shared matches, you also color their cell in the spreadsheet blue. Once you are done, now you move to the next highest match on your sheet who doesn't have a color. We'll call her match B. Give her a new color like green that stands out from blue. Then go to her shared matches and color everyone on your spreadsheet green if they're on her list. Repeat this process with a third, fourth, fifth, sixth color as you're going through the different generations. What happens is almost like magic. Your matches will sort themselves into four, if we stick to four colors, the distinct color groups. This sorts your matches into piles that correspond to your four grandparents. Blue might be your paternal grandfather's group. Green, your paternal grandmother's, and so on. You don't even need to know who these matches are to do it. The leads method is it's powerful because it's visual. It teaches you the core logic of shared matching, and it gives you a clear framework for your research without any fancy software at all. The second method, method 2, is using built-in auto-clustering tools. The second method is to use the automated clustering tools that are now built into the major testing sites. MyHeritage has a very well-regarded auto-clustering feature, and Ancestry now offers matches by cluster, which is available through their Pro Tools subscription. These tools, they basically do the leads method for you, but on a much bigger scale. You run the tool on Ancestry, and then for instance, it generates a visual grid. Your DNA matches are listed along the top and side, and a colored square means the two corresponding matches also match each other. The algorithm then groups these interconnected people into colored clusters. It's worth noting here that these automated tools, they often use a different centimorgan range. For example, Ancestry's tool looks at matches between 65 and 1300 centimorgans to build its clusters. The advantage here is speed and scale. It's automated and it processes hundreds of matches in seconds. You click on a cluster and it shows you everyone in that group. From there, your job as the genealogist then begins. You look at the family trees within that cluster to find the common ancestor that ties them all together. The third method, method 3, is the advanced third-party clustering tools. This third category includes powerful, specialized third-party tools like Genetic Affairs, which can generate auto-clusters for your matches from Ancestry and 23andMe and Family Tree DNA. The site GED match, which is free, also has its own set of tools. These often offer more advanced options than the built-in features. For example, on Genetic Affairs, with Genetic Affairs, it can not only just create the cluster chart, but it can also analyze the public trees of the matches in each cluster and suggest a possible common ancestor. This can be an incredible shortcut for you. These tools are generally for the more experienced users who are ready to take their analysis to the next level, and they do often require a subscription. For a beginner, my advice is to start with the leads method. It will teach you the fundamentals better than anything else. And once you're comfortable with it, you can graduate to the more built-in auto-clustering tools to speed up your workflow. Let's spend some time looking at interpreting your clusters now. The real detective work for creating clusters is just step one. The real magic happens when you start interpreting them. A color block on a chart, it's just data. Turning that data into an ancestor's name is the real detective work. Here's a simple 4-step process for analyzing a new cluster. Step 1, look for common surnames and locations. Once you have a cluster of, say, maybe 15 people, your first move is to scan for patterns. Open up the profile for each match. Ask yourself, do they have a family tree? Even a small unsourced tree can hold the key for you. Make a list. What surnames pop up frequently? Is Smith in 5 of the trees? Is Jones in 6 of them? Pay close attention to surnames in the right generation. If these are third cousins, you're looking for great-great-grandparents. At the same time, look for geographic patterns. Did 10 of the 15 matches have ancestors living in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, say in the 1850s? That is a huge clue. The combination of a recurring surname and a specific location is often what cracks the case. Step 2, build quick and dirty trees. Often you'll find matches in a great cluster who have no family tree. Don't write them off. Your goal is to build a quick and dirty tree for 1 or 2 of the highest centimorgan matches in the cluster who don't have one. This doesn't need to be a fully sourced 10-generation masterpiece here. You're just trying to identify their parents and grandparents using their name, age, and location, often which is located in their profile. You can also use public records to quickly build out their recent ancestry. Often, once you identify their great-grandparents, you'll see a surname that instantly connects to the others. Step 3, identify the most recent common ancestor, the MRCA. This is the eureka moment here. As you compare the trees you've found and the quick ones you've built, you're looking for the intersection point. You're searching for that one ancestral couple that appears in multiple trees. Let's say you find that match, who descends from John and Sarah Miller. Then you look at another match and their tree, and they also descend from Sarah Miller. You found your most recent common ancestor for this cluster. They are the source of the shared DNA that links everyone together. Step 4 is when you label your clusters. Once you've identified the MRCA, your final step is to label that cluster. This is so important for staying organized. Go back to your spreadsheet or the notes section on the DNA site. Change what they have listed as, or what you've listed as cluster 3 or the green cluster, to something that's meaningful, like descendants of John and Sarah Miller, in parentheses, parental grandfather. By doing this, you're building a permanent map of your DNA matches. The next time a new match comes in, you can check their shared matches. If they match several people from the John and Sarah Miller cluster, you immediately know which branch of your family they belong to. You've now solved that puzzle in minutes. not ours. This is how you systematically chip away at that long list of relatives. Now, I'd love to hear from you in the comments below. Have you ever tried grouping your DNA matches? Please drop a comment below and let me know. And if you're finding this helpful, please let me know. I really do enjoy your comments. Now, now that we've looked at some basics here, let's address some of the nuances and common problems that you may experience with DNA clustering. Of course, in a perfect world, all your matches would sort into 4 neat piles. But as any genealogist knows, research is rarely that simple. As you get into clustering, you're going to run into some challenges. Let's talk about them so you're ready. The first problem 1, the cluster with no trees. It's one of the most common frustrations, a promising cluster where no one has a public family tree. It feels like a dead end to you, but it's really not. First, check their username. Sometimes people use an ancestral username as a clue. And then second, look at their profile for any personal details to help you build one of those quick trees we talked about. And third, don't be afraid to reach out. A polite short message can work wonders for you. You can try something like, "Hi, we're DNA matches on Ancestry. I see we share several matches who are part of my Miller family line from Pennsylvania. I was wondering if you have any Millers in your family tree. Happy to share what I know." Many people are happy to help. They just haven't built a tree yet. Problem 2, which is called the pedigree collapse and endogamy. And this sometimes, instead of 4 neat clusters, you just get a mess. Maybe just one giant cluster where everyone seems related to everyone else. This is often a sign of either pedigree collapse or endogamy. Pedigree collapse happens when cousins marry, causing the same ancestors to appear in multiple places in your tree. For example, if your great-grandparents were second cousins, your DNA from those lines will be interwoven, making those clusters now overlap. Endogamy is pedigree collapse on a massive scale over many generations. It happens in populations that were genetically isolated for cultural, religious, or even geographic reasons, like the Ashkenazi Jewish, the French Canadian, or some colonial American groups. If this is in your background, you might share DNA with someone through many different distant ancestors and not just one. This makes standard clustering really difficult. Now, don't despair here. There are more advanced techniques for this, but it's important to know that if your clusters look messy, there's a valid genetic reason for it. So, problem 3, which is called the gray cells or overlapping matches. When you use an automated clustering tool, you'll see the main colored clusters. But you'll also see lots of gray cells. A gray cell just means that two people match each other, but the algorithm didn't put them in the same main cluster. They're not errors, they're clues. They actually might point to a more distant relationship or show how two of your main clusters are connected further back in time. For example, a connection between your paternal grandfather's cluster and your paternal grandmother's cluster might mean these two families had intermarried a generation or more back. Always start with the big, clear color blocks, but later on exploring those gray cell connections. This can lead to even deeper discoveries. I hope I haven't overloaded you here. This was meant to be an introduction. We've covered a lot of ground today. We started with that overwhelming list of names and journeyed through the concepts that bring order to that chaos. We've talked about centimorgans, shared matches, and the different methods you can use, from a simple spreadsheet to even automated tools. But the most important thing I want you to take away is a feeling of empowerment. Your DNA results they're not just a static report. They are a living and breathing document that you can work with. It lists that list of matches isn't a wall, it's a roadmap. And by applying the principles of clustering, you now have the key to read that map. You can figure out which side of the family that a match belongs to. You can focus on your research. You can methodically break down those brick walls. So you may ask, what's my first step? Well, open up your DNA match list. Pick a top match and just click that shared matches button. Start exploring. You now have what you need to turn that confusing list into a clear guide to your family's history, and then unlock the incredible stories awaiting you in your DNA. Thanks for joining me. And to see exactly how to apply what we've learned today, be sure to tune into part 2, where we'll build a leads method spreadsheet from scratch, step by step, and your walls will fall. This again is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. Hello, my friends. Today, we are going to talk about how to avoid these 3 DNA mistakes that can ruin your family tree. You've done it. You spit in the tube, sealed it up, and sent your DNA off to a lab. Weeks go by, and then bingo, an email lands in your inbox. You open it, and there it is. It's a vibrant, colorful map that promises to tell you exactly who you are and where you come from. And next to it is a list of hundreds of, maybe thousands of people the testing company calls your relatives. It feels like you're just one click away from uncovering every secret your ancestors ever kept. But hold on. Before you start redrawing your family tree, and definitely before you disown your third cousin to make room for that Viking royalty you just discovered, what if I told you that 3 simple, incredibly common mistakes could send you down a completely wrong path? What if the very tools you're using to build your family tree are actually tricking you into attaching yourself to the wrong family? As a professional genealogist, I have seen the same heartbreaking errors derail years of research, time and time again. People get excited by the promise of DNA, make these critical missteps, and end up with a family tree that is, for all intents and purposes, a work of fiction. Today, we're going to talk about these 3 common DNA mistakes that can absolutely wreck your genealogy. More importantly, I am going to show you the strategies and the mindset you need to avoid them, making sure the family story you build is the one that's actually yours. Today, on Trace Your New England Roots. Hello, my Let's get into it. Mistake number 1, taking DNA matches at face value. All right, so let's tackle this one first, and maybe the most tempting mistake, taking your DNA matches at face value. You open your results, and the site tells you, here's John Smith. He is your predicted second cousin. Your first thought is probably, awesome, we must share great-grandparents. And I'll just need to find where his tree connects to mine. And right there, you've already made the mistake. Here's the truth you need to internalize. A DNA company's relationship prediction is not a fact. It's an estimate. It's a very educated guess based on one single piece of data, the amount of DNA you share, which is measured in something called Centimorgans. Think of it this way. Imagine you meet someone and find out you both grew up in the same small town. That's a great clue that you might know the same people. That's a reasonable assumption. But it doesn't prove anything. You could have gone to different schools, lived on opposite sides of town. You may have been born 20 years apart from each other. You need more information. Shared centimorgans are just like that. They're shared. It's like a shared hometown. It's a fantastic starting point, but it's not the final answer. The testing companies, they play the odds. For a certain amount of shared DNA, like 200 centimorgans, the most likely relationship is a second cousin. But it could also be a first cousin once removed, or a half-great aunt, and a bunch of other things. The companies simplify this to be user-friendly. But as a family historian, you can't afford to accept that simplification. You have to be the one who looks closer. Ignoring all the other possibilities is like being a detective finding one footprint at a crime scene and declaring the case solved. I once had a client, we'll call her Sarah, who was adopted and trying to find her birth family. She was over the moon to find a match predicted as a first cousin, a guy we'll call Mark. And Mark had a detailed, well-researched family tree. Sarah quickly saw that Mark's dad had only one brother, Uncle David, who lived in the right city at the right time. The conclusion seemed obvious, that David must be her biological father. Sarah spent months researching David's life. She built out his entire family. found his friends, learned his life story, and she was becoming emotionally connected to this person, to this man as her father. But something felt off to me. The amount of DNA she shared with Mark, while in the range for first cousins, it was on the low side. It could also fit other relationships. This is where we get to the solution. You have to look beyond the prediction and use the tools of a genetic genealogist. The best one you have is your shared matches list. A shared match is someone who is a match to both you and the person you're looking at. It's the genetic version of finding out you and that person from your hometown actually had the same third grade teacher. It proves your connection is through the same family line. So I had Sarah look at the matches she shared with Mark. Then we did the real work. We started building the family trees of these shared matches, hunting for a common ancestral couple. And as we did, a pattern started to emerge. Again and again, the shared matches all descended from Mark's mom's grandparents, not his dad's side, where Uncle David was. The evidence was clear. Sarah's connection to Mark was through his mother's family. So what did that mean? Well, we went back to the Centimorgan number. The amount of DNA they shared was also perfect for half first cousins, meaning they only shared one grandparent, not two. So with this new theory, we looked again against Mark's maternal family tree. His mother had a younger brother who hadn't even been on our radar. A little old school genealogy newspaper archives, public records showed that this younger brother had been in Sarah's birth city at the exact time she was conceived. He was her father. Sarah had spent 6 months building a beautiful, elaborate family history that simply wasn't hers. It was an emotional nightmare, and it was totally avoidable. The mistake was stopping at the company's guess. The solution was to use shared matches to confirm the family line. So how do you avoid this? Well, first, always look at the number of shared centimorgans, not just the company's label. Use a tool like the Shared CM project on the DNA Painter website to see the full list of possible relationships for that number. It really is an eye-opener. Second, your shared matches list is your best friend. Live there. When you find an interesting match, the first thing you should do is see who else you have in common. This confirms you're all fishing in the same genetic pond. And third, for really important connections, you can use a technique called triangulation. Well, yes, it sounds fancy, but it's simple. If you match A and B, all share the exact same piece of DNA, you must have inherited it from a single common ancestor. Third-party tools like GED Match can help with this. It's the gold standard for proving a connection. And please, folks, please never assume a weird match is a lab error. it's far more likely that there was a mix-up at home, like a mom and a daughter swapping vials, or maybe a hidden family secret. The DNA is almost always right. It's our first interpretation that's often wrong. All right, before we get to the second massive mistake that people make, if you're finding this video useful and you're serious about building a family tree that's accurate, do me a favor and hit that like button and subscribe button. It tells YouTube you want more videos just like this, and it helps other family historians find the channel. So now let's talk about the part of the DNA test that causes the most confusion, and that is mistake number 2. Mistake number 2 is over-relying on ethnicity estimates. Now, for the second big pitfall, and this is the one that causes the most drama, is putting way too much faith in your ethnicity estimate. You know, it's the colorful pie chart the testing companies put front and center. It's what they sell you on, the promise of finding exotic roots. The problem is your ethnicity estimate is the least reliable and most speculative part of your entire DNA test. Treating it like gospel can absolutely ruin your research. So why is it so wiggly? It's all about how they're made. The testing company compares your DNA to what's called a reference panel, which is a collection of DNA from modern people who, on paper, have deep roots in one specific place. The company's computer then looks at your DNA and says, okay, this piece of your DNA looks a lot like the DNA in our Italian reference group. And this other piece looks a lot like our Scottish reference group. See the wiggle words there? Looks like and reference group. This whole process has 3 huge limitations. First, this reference panel is everything. If a company has a huge panel for Irish ancestry, their guess for that region might be pretty decent. But if their panel for, say, a specific region in Africa is small, the estimate is going to be a lot fuzzier. This has historically been a major issue for people with non-European ancestry, because the databases were built with a heavy European bias. Second, different companies use different panels and different math, different algorithms. And that's why you can test with one company and get 30% Scandinavian, then upload to another and only see 15%. And then also, in addition, 15% Northwestern Europe. Your DNA didn't change. The comparison group and the algorithm did. It's like asking 2 different people to describe the same painting. They'll use different words, even though the art is the same. And third, and this is the big one, folks, these estimates are not tied to a specific time, such as England and Northwestern Europe. This doesn't mean you had an ancestor in London in 1750. What it does mean is it means your DNA shares patterns with modern people who reside in that region, whose own ancestors moved around a lot. National borders are new. DNA is ancient. The biggest mistake is when people either panic or go on a wild goose chase based on these percentages. I see it I see it all the time. A client has a cherished family story about a Native American great-grandmother. We've talked about this Cherokee princess scenario in my other videos. The results come back 0% Indigenous Americas. This immediate reaction is both confusion and even betrayal. So does this mean the story was a lie? Not at all. The ancestor just might be too far back for you to have an inherited detectable amount of their DNA. Or the algorithm might have misread the DNA you did inherit, and it lumped it into a neighboring region. The ethnicity estimate alone can't prove or disprove that family story. On the other hand, people can see an unexpected 2% from, say, Sardinia, and suddenly they're sure they're descended from a Roman legionary, completely ignoring the 10 generations of well-documented English farmers in their family tree. They start chasing a ghost based on statistical noise. So how are you supposed to use your ethnicity estimate? Well, you treat it as a hint, not as a history lesson. Here's a quick guide. First, look at continents, not counties. If your entire known family is, say, from Japan, and your estimate is 90% Japanese, that's a pretty good confirmation. But if it's 97% Japanese and, say, 3% Korean, don't obsess over the 3% small percentages that are often just noise or reflect ancient migrations from thousands of years ago. Second, if you're serious about this, test with multiple companies or upload your raw data to other sites. When you compare 2 or 3 different estimates, you'll see a consensus emerge. One says German, another says French, and a third says Northwestern Europe. They're all pointing to the same general part of the world. That's the real clue. And this is the most important part. Use your ethnicity estimate together with your DNA match list. Let's go back to that unexpected 2% in Sardinia. If that is a real recent ancestor, then you must have DNA matches who are also Sardinian. Go to your match list. Search for people born in Sardinia or who have it in their trees. If you find a whole cluster of cousins who trace back to the same town, now you've got something. The ethnicity estimate was the tip, but the DNA matches are the evidence. Finally, always let your paper trail guide you. If you have a rock-solid tree going back 200 years in Ireland and your estimate says 95% Irish, then great. If it says 50% Irish and 45% Norwegian, that doesn't mean your documents are wrong. It probably means your Irish ancestors were from an area with a heavy Viking settlement 1,000 years ago. It's a cool historical footnote, but it doesn't change your recent family tree. Don't throw away good research because of a surprising percentage. Mistake number 3. Mistake number 3 is failing to integrate DNA with traditional research. This leads us to our third and most critical mistake: failing to combine your DNA evidence with old school document-based research. People usually fall into one of two traps. You either have the traditional genealogists who are skeptical of DNA and stick only to paper records, and then you have the newcomers who think their DNA match list is a magic answer key that lets them skip all the dusty paperwork. It's like having a cheat sheet, they think. Both are wrong. The real breakthroughs happen when these two worlds meet. DNA by itself can't build your family tree. It can hand you a giant list of possible relatives, but it won't tell you how you're related. It gives you the who, but not the how, when, or where. A DNA match list is without documents. It's just a list of names. On the flip side, a family tree that is built only on documents can have hidden errors, like two guys with the same name getting mixed up. Or perhaps there may have been a secret adoption that gets passed down for generations. The gold standard in genealogy is to build a solid case. You need to do a thorough search, use good sources, and make sure different types of evidence all point to the same conclusion. Now, today, DNA is one of the most powerful pieces of evidence we have. Ignoring it is like a detective refusing to look at fingerprints. But relying only on this is trying to get a conviction with only a fingerprint without a motive or a timeline or placing the person at the scene. You need both. Here's a classic example. A researcher, a genealogist, we'll call him Tom, gets his results and finds a match with a beautiful family tree going back to the 1600s. Tom sees his own Miller surname in this match's tree. He's thrilled, and he just copies and pastes that entire Miller branch into his own tree, adding hundreds of people in a single afternoon. He feels like he just won the genealogy library. The problem with this is that his match's Miller line was totally wrong, based on a decades-old mistake that confused two men who were named John Miller who lived in the same county. Now, Tom has copied that massive error into his own family tree, and even worse, his tree is public, and a dozen other researchers see his connection to that same DNA match and copies his tree. The mistake spreads like a virus, and he didn't just mess up his own genealogy, he's now helping other people mess up theirs, all because he didn't do the work to verify the connection with documents. So what's the right way to do this? The right way to do this is you have to create a cycle of discovery. Step one, start with the DNA clue. You have a mystery match. Based on the Centimorgans and shared matches, you form a theory. I think this person, Jane, and I are second cousins through our great-grandparents, John and Mary Smith. Step two, build a tree for your match. This is non-negotiable. You can't connect yourself to a person. You have to connect yourself to their family tree. Use public records to build out Jane's tree back a few generations. Don't just trust her online tree. So go looking for those birth records, the marriage records, the death records, the baptisms, all of that to tie this person to yourself and verify it. Step three, look for the intersection. Now that you have two documented trees, yours and the one you built for Jane, compare them. Look for that common couple, John and Mary Smith. Ask yourself, do the names, dates, and places line up? Did they have one child who was your grandparent and another who was Jane's? Step 4, prove it with documents. This is where the paper trail is king. We've mentioned this. Find the birth certificate for your grandparent that names John and Mary. Find the birth certificate for Jane, Jane's grandparent, naming the same John and Mary. Find them in census records that proves that they were living together at the time. The DNA told you there was a connection, but the documents prove exactly what that connection is. This works the other way too. Let's say your paper trail says your great-grandfather was William Johnson. If that's true, you should have DNA matches with other descendants of William. If you find dozens of matches who all descend from his brothers and sisters, you've just used DNA to prove your paper trail is correct. But what if you find 0 matches that lead to William Johnson? What if instead you find a big group of close matches who all descended from a totally different person? Say his name is George Baker, who lived in the same town. That's a giant red flag. That is your DNA shouting at you that your paper trail is wrong, and that an adoption or a misattributed paternity event likely happened. The documents tell one story, but the DNA reveals the biological truth. Your job as a genealogist is to investigate that conflict and figure out what really happened. So these are the 3 big mistakes. Taking relationship predictions as gospel, treating ethnicity estimates as fact, and not merging DNA with traditional research. The key to avoiding all of them is a shift in how you think. You have to become how to become a detective, not just a collector of names. A relationship prediction is only a lead. An ethnicity map is a hint about where your ancestors might have been. And the DNA match is the start of an investigation, not the end. Be critical, be curious, and be thorough. Look at the full range of Centimorgan possibilities. Live in your shared matches list and build every single branch of your tree on the twin pillars of genetic and documentary proof. Your family story is a precious legacy, and it deserves to be accurate. By avoiding these mistakes, you honor your ancestors by taking the time to get their story right. You're not just building a tree, you're piecing together their world and finding your true place in it. Now, I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you in the comments. Have you ever been led astray by one of these mistakes? Did you have a DNA surprise that changed everything? Did you share your story in the comments below? Please do. Your experience might be the very thing that helps someone else on their journey. And please remember to like and subscribe and help support this channel so that I can continue to bring these great tips to you. So thanks for watching. Happy researching. This again is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. Tucked away inside every one of your cells is a message from the past. It's a genetic key that is passed down unbroken from your mother, and her mother's mother. This stretches back thousands of years. It's a biological heirloom. It's a whisper from antiquity that has traveled through time, generation after generation, to finally land inside you. So what if you could use that key? What if you could unlock your family's ancient story and trace your maternal line all the way back to its deepest roots? What if you could find answers that time has tried to erase, connecting you with ancestors you've never heard of from places you've only read about in history books? Well, in this video, we're going to show you how your mitochondrial DNA is the ultimate tool for doing just that. We'll explore the science, the strategy, and the incredible stories of discovery that are possible when you tap into that unique power of your mother's DNA. Learn about this and more today on Trace Your New England Roots. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. Now, before we get going, we need to understand what we're working with. We need to understand what is this special type of DNA. And most of us are familiar with nuclear DNA. It's the famous double helix tucked inside the nucleus of our cells, holding the genetic blueprint that we got from both of our parents. Think of it like a massive family cookbook that has recipes from every ancestor on every line of your tree. It's a rich, complex, and sometimes messy mix of your entire heritage. But our cells have another much smaller set of instructions that are floating around in the cytoplasm. And these are called tiny organelles, or they're called mitochondria. You might remember them from your biology class at school as the powerhouses of the cell. And since they generate most of the energy our cells run on, these little powerhouses have their own DNA that's totally separate from the DNA in the nucleus. It's called mitochondrial DNA, or mtDNA for short. Human mitochondrial DNA is a tiny circular chromosome with just 37 genes compared to the 20,000 or so in our nuclear DNA. But don't let its size fool you. This little ring of code holds a remarkable power for genealogy. Instead of that huge, messy cookbook from all of your ancestors, think of your mitochondrial DNA as a small, precious recipe book that's been passed down directly and almost perfectly from mother to child. It contains one single unbroken story, the story of your direct maternal line. That unique quality is what makes it a secret weapon for anyone tracing their family history. It's not a blend of your heritage. It's a direct, unfiltered line to your most ancient female, your most ancient female ancestors. So why does this genetic recipe book only come from your mother? Well, it all goes back to the very beginning of life, the moment of fertilization. Both the egg and sperm cells have mitochondria, but the egg cell is absolutely enormous compared to the sperm, and it's packed with thousands of mitochondria. Now, the sperm, on the other hand, is built for one thing only, and that is speed. It carries its mitochondria in its tail, basically as a battery pack to power its epic journey to the egg. Now, when fertilization happens, the sperm contributes its nuclear DNA, creating that blended genetic blueprint for a new person. But the sperm's tail and its mitochondrial battery pack usually gets left outside the egg or just destroyed right after entry. So the embryo inherits all of its mitochondria and their DNA from the mother's egg cell. This process is incredibly consistent. The father's mitochondrial DNA is almost never passed on. This means your mitochondrial DNA is, with very, very few exceptions, an identical copy of your mother's. Hers is then an identical copy of her mother's, which is then an identical copy of her mother's, and then so on and so on and so on, stretching back in a direct, unbroken female line for thousands of generations. While your main DNA is a mosaic of countless ancestors, your mitochondrial DNA gives you a crystal clear, singular path. It lets you follow one specific trail, that's your mother's, and then her mother's 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 line, deep into the past. And that is what makes it a genealogist's dream. It's a constant, it's a constant that can't be changed. It's a beacon that we can follow through all time. Anyone who's ever tried to build a family tree knows the feeling. You're tracing a line backward in time, document by document, and then there's nothing. The trail just goes cold. You've hit the proverbial brick wall. And for genealogists, these brick walls pop up most often when we're trying to trace our female ancestors. Historically, in many cultures, when a woman got married, her surname changed. So a woman who was born as Mary Smith might then become Mary Jones, and then Mary Williams if she remarried. Old records like census records, marriage certificates, and land deeds only often list the husband's name. A woman's birth name, which is the absolute key to finding her parents and her own family line, it can just vanish from the records. It's lost in a sea of patriarchal naming traditions. This is a huge problem. And so how do you find the parents of a great-great-grandmother you only know as Sarah, who's the wife of John Miller? What was her maiden name? Where was she born? For centuries, questions like these have been the end of the road for countless family historians like you and me. The paper trail frays, it then disappears completely. And family stories can also fade, and the identities of these maternal ancestors are often lost forever. It's this deep desire to know the full story and honor the women who make up half our ancestry, blocked by the limits of historical records, becomes a primary focus. This is exactly the kind of brick wall that mitochondrial DNA was just made to tear down. Now, this is where science steps in with a pretty spectacular solution. Because your mitochondrial DNA is a direct link to your mother's 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 line, it acts like a genetic surname for your maternal lineage. It never changes. It doesn't change when a woman marries, and it stays consistent all the way through the generations where paper records completely fail. By testing your mitochondrial DNA, you can find other people who share an identical or nearly identical mitochondrial sequence, which means you both descend from the very same maternal ancestor somewhere back in time. So how does it actually work? Well, when you order a mitochondrial DNA test from a specialized company like Family Tree DNA or Living DNA, you just provide a simple cheek swab. And in the lab, they isolate and sequence your mitochondrial DNA. Historically, in the past, there were two, or actually present two, there were two main types of tests. Now the older type looked at specific parts of the mitochondrial DNA. Now these were called the variable regions. There's a tongue tie there. Or HVR1 and HVR2. These sections tend to change a bit faster than the rest, making them useful for telling lineages apart. But that kind of test, it gives you a limited resolution. Think of it like only reading the first and last chapters of this recipe book. You get the gist of the story, but yet you miss all the important details. Today, the far more powerful and far more definitive test is the full mitochondrial sequence test. This test sequences all 16,569 base pairs of your mitochondrial DNA. It gives you the entire recipe book, every last ingredient, providing the highest possible resolution for matching. A full sequence test lets you spot even subtle differences between maternal lines, and it gives you a much more precise place on the grand maternal tree of humanity. Companies that focus on deep ancestry, like Family Tree DNA, specialize in this full sequence test because it delivers the most detailed data that is needed for real genealogical matching. Other companies like 23andMe, they might support a basic haplogroup with their autosomal test, but they don't offer the detailed matching you need to break down those genealogical brick walls. And for serious maternal line research, the full sequence is the undisputed gold standard. So far, we've uncovered what mitochondrial DNA is and how it's passed down exclusively from mother to child in an unbroken line, and how it can be the key to smashing through your frustrating genealogical brick walls when the paper trail for our female ancestors run cold. And if you're finding this journey into your genetic past as fascinating as I do, please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe buttons. And if you're really loving it, if you're really loving this content, consider using YouTube's new hype feature. It helps the channel grow. All of this helps the channel grow by signaling to the YouTube algorithm that you are enjoying my content, and it will then recommend this video to other budding family historians and genealogists just like you who are seeking similar content. And also be sure to participate in the comments below. I I honestly truly value the engagement and community that I have with you, my viewers. I try to read and respond to every comment, and it lets me know how I'm doing. I receive recommendations for new content, which is what sparked this particular one. And it lets me know that you, my viewers, are interested in the content and what you want to actually see. It gives me feedback, and it also allows me to answer your questions. And finally, I'm excited to announce another way that my audience can support my channel, and that is by becoming a member in addition to subscribing. You can do so by clicking on the join button. Members will receive access to member exclusive content. I'm considering making available early access to videos before they become public to everyone else. Also, consider joining my Patreon. This support will help me tremendously with the logistics of maintaining this channel, and it'll also help me to keep current with new technologies and methodologies to bring you the best content that I can and improve the quality of the content that I offer. So now, that being said, let's jump back in. Once your results are ready, once you've sent in that swab, you'll get two pieces of information when the test comes back. Your matches and your haplogroup. A match is another person in the database whose mitochondrial DNA sequence is very similar or identical to yours. A perfect match on a full sequence test means that you and this other person share a common direct maternal ancestor. The test itself can't tell you if that ancestor was your great 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 grandmother or a woman who lived 500 years ago. But that's where the detective work comes in. By comparing your family tree with your matches tree, you can hunt for a shared ancestor or even a geographic location that might help you bridge the gap. The second, and maybe more awe-inspiring piece of this info, is your haplogroup. A chondrial DNA haplogroup is a major branch on the human family tree. It's a group of people who all share a common ancestor somewhere deep in the past. These haplogroups are defined by specific sets of mutations that happened at certain points in our history. Your haplogroup tells the story of your deep maternal ancestry, tracing the ancient migration path that your ancestors took thousands of years ago. All human maternal lines trace back to a common ancestor, and we call this the mitochondrial Eve, who lived in Africa an estimated 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. And as her descendants migrated out of Africa and across the globe, new haplogroups formed in different places. For instance, if your results show you belong to haplogroup H, it means your deep maternal ancestors were likely part of a huge population boom in Europe sometime after the last ice age. Haplogroup H is the most common maternal lineage in Europe today. If you belong to haplogroup A, C, or D, your ancestors might have been among the first people to cross the Bering Land Bridge into the Americas. And each haplogroup has its own unique story of migration and survival. Learning your haplogroup is like being handed a ticket to a specific journey through ancient human history. It connects your personal family story to the grand sweeping story of us all. Now, let's make this all real, folks. Imagine a woman named Maria. Her great grandmother, Elena, came to the United States as a little girl in the 1890s. The family story was that Elena's parents died on the trip from a small unnamed village somewhere in southern Italy. Elena was raised raised by another family and never spoke of her parents. So their names were completely lost. The paper trail was a dead end. For Maria, her maternal line just vanished into the fog of history. Now, driven by that curiosity, Maria takes a full sequence mitochondrial DNA test. For months, nothing, no close matches, and then one day she gets an email alert. A new person has tested and is a perfect genetic distance zero match to her. Their mitochondrial DNA is identical. This match, who is a man named Marco living in Milan, has a detailed family tree going back centuries. Now, Maria and Marco get in touch. Marco's tree shows a direct maternal line all the way back to a woman named Isabella, who was born in 1785 in a tiny village in Calabria. And as they compare notes, they see that Isabella had several daughters. One of them, Sophia, had a daughter named Elena in 1885. The records show Sophia and her husband died during a cholera outbreak in 1892. And what happened to their daughter Elena was unknown. The dates, the names, the location, it all clicked. And thanks to that mitochondrial match, Maria had finally broke through her brick wall. And she now knew the names of her great great grandmother Sophia and her great 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 grandmother. She discovered an entire branch of her family she never knew existed, all because of an unbroken genetic thread that connected her, Marco, and their shared ancestor, Isabella, across oceans and centuries. And this is the wow moment here. The mitochondrial testing makes possible. It's not just data, it's discovery, it's connection, and it's finding stories that we thought were lost forever. Now, while mitochondrial DNA is an amazing tool, there are still a few nuances to keep in mind. One is something called heteroplasmy. And we usually think of our mitochondrial DNA as being uniform, but sometimes a person can yet have a mix of more than one type of mitochondrial DNA in their cells. Now, it's pretty rare and usually doesn't affect genealogical testing, but it is a fascinating quirk of genetics. And more relevant for genealogy is what's called the mitochondrial bottleneck. And when a mother's body creates egg cells, only a small random sample of her mitochondria gets passed into each one of her eggs. And this means that just by chance, the proportion of tiny variations in mitochondria can shift from one generation to the next. And finally, you might hear about extremely rare cases of what's called paternal leakage, where some of the father's mitochondria survive fertilization. And while these instances have been reported, they are considered exceptional. And the overwhelming scientific consensus is that mitochondrial DNA is maternally inherited, making it a reliable and robust tool for tracing your direct female line. Knowing about these complexities doesn't weaken the tool. It only just deepens our understanding of it. So it's really important. It's important to remember that mitochondrial DNA testing tells a very specific story, the story of your direct maternal line. This is just one of thousands of ancestral lines in your family tree. Your mitochondrial DNA, it won't tell you anything about your mother's father, or your father's parents, or any of the other countless ancestors who contributed to your main DNA. So the most powerful strategy is a holistic one. Think of mitochondrial DNA testing as one tool in a bigger toolkit. And to get a full picture of your heritage, you should combine it with other resources. Autosomal DNA tests, like those from Ancestry DNA or 23andMe, they're great for finding relatives across all your family lines from the last 5 to 7 generations. And your Y DNA testing, which only men can take, traces the direct paternal line in the same way that mitochondrial DNA traces the maternal line. The real magic happens when you weave these genetic insights together with just good old-fashioned document-based genealogy. Use your mitochondrial DNA matches to point you in the right direction, to suggest a surname or a location to focus on and investigate. Then hit the archives, census records, and historical documents to build out your family tree and prove the connection. When you combine the ancient story from your DNA with the documented history of your ancestors, you then create a rich, detailed, and verifiable family history that's more complete than either method could ever be on its own. So, are you ready to start your own journey and unlock your maternal line? Are you prepared to discover the names of ancestors lost to time and connect with a deeper part of your own history? There are reputable companies out there that offer full sequence mitochondrial DNA. Check them out and begin your own path of discovery. Your mitochondrial DNA is so much more than a set of genes. It's a living piece of history. It's a direct, tangible connection to an unbroken line of women who survived, migrated, and persevered through the ages, ultimately leading to you. It's the story of your mother, her mother, and all the mothers before them, written into the very fabric of your being. By testing your mitochondrial DNA, you're not just looking at data points. You are becoming an explorer of your own past. You're reaching back through time to shake hands with your ancestors. You have the power to break down your brick walls that have stood for generations. And it allows you to reclaim the stories that were thought to be lost forever. The key is already inside you. All you have to do is turn it. Thanks for watching. Until next time, this is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. What if the name you've built your entire identity around turned out to be a lie? For many family historians, a surname, well, it's everything. It's a connection to a homeland, to a clan, or to a story. But what happens when a single DNA test reveals that it was all built on a secret kept for over 100 years? This is the story of how that test can shatter an identity, but then yet help build a new one no one could have ever imagined. Join us as we discuss this and more today on Trace Your New England Roots. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. For any passionate genealogist, a surname can be more than just the label. It can become a whole identity. Imagine a researcher, we'll call him John, whose last name is Campbell. For him, that name means everything. He grows up on incredible stories about his ancestors, the fierce, noble Highlanders from Argyll. He learns about the ancestral castle, the ancient seat of the clan chiefs, a place the Campbells have been for centuries. He learns about his family crest with its motto, "Do not forget." It isn't just a picture on the wall. It's a code that he lives by, signifying loyalty, resilience, and an unbreakable tie to his heritage. This kind of connection often grows into a full-blown obsession. A researcher like John might have a closet with more tartans in it than actual clothes. The classic Campbell tartan, the more muted dress tartan. He might drag his patient family to countless Highland games to cheer for the caber toss and try to appreciate the sound of the bagpipes. His prized possession could be a replica of a historical artifact that is tied to his clan. It's a great story for visitors who come into the home. The family tree becomes a masterpiece. The researcher might trace his Campbell line back generation by generation, all the way to a man who came to America from Scotland in the late 1800s. This ancestor is the brick wall. It's the end of the paper trail. But in the researcher's mind, he is the direct link to the glens and lochs of the homeland. Every document uncovered with Campbell on it, it feels like another piece of a sacred puzzle that confirms exactly who he is. For someone this invested, their identity is built on the bedrock of that single powerful name. It's rarely, if ever, questioned. And like anyone who gets deep and involved in genealogy, a researcher eventually hits that point where the paper trail just goes cold. And for a person like our hypothetical John, that brick wall is his great-grandfather, the Scottish immigrant. Now, he might have immigration papers, census records, or even a death certificate, but there is no definitive birth record in Scotland. There could be dozens of men with the same name born around the right time, with no way to prove which one is his. It's the one infuriating gap in an otherwise perfect family story. For years, this genealogist might tell themselves that it doesn't really matter. The records in their home country are solid, and that's enough. But that question mark always lingers. The desire to connect their branch of the family back to the main trunk in Scotland, and it's very, very strong. They they want to see in black and white the definitive link to the ancestral lands. And that's when they often learn about a very specific type of DNA test. This is the Y DNA test. While popular autosomal tests give ethnicity percentages and connect cousins from all sides of a family, they aren't specific enough for this purpose. The magic of Y DNA is that it focuses only on the Y chromosome, which is passed directly from father to son with remarkable consistency, generation after generation. It acts like a genetic surname that traces a single unbroken paternal line back for centuries. And for anyone trying to prove a surname line, it's the ultimate tool. The logic here is simple. A man with the surname Campbell who takes a Y DNA test should see his results closely match other Campbell men, especially those with roots in the same part of Scotland. It would be the scientific proof needed to finally jump over that brick wall, break through it, and confirm that his immigrant ancestor was in fact one of these Campbells. So the test is ordered. It doesn't feel like a gamble. It feels like it's just a formality. And it's the final victory lap. A kit with a simple cheek swab arrives. The swabs are sealed and then sent back to the lab. The genealogist is confident that in 6 to 8 weeks they'll have their proof. They have no idea they're about to unlock a story, but it isn't the one that they're expecting. And the wait for the results is often filled with nerdy excitement. A researcher like John might spend hours on a clan DNA project website looking at how the results are grouped, trying to guess where their own results will fit in. They see clusters of men who all descend from a specific line, their genetic signatures telling a story of shared ancestry. They picture the results popping up right there in the middle of one of those groups. John may find a new cousin and a new connection is made. Then the email arrives. The subject line is straight to the point. Your Y DNA results are ready. Now this is the moment of truth. Logging in, John logs into the results page and it then loads. At first, it's just a mess of letters and numbers, and the first thing to check is the match list. The whole point of the test for genealogy. This is where you find other people who share a common paternal ancestor. Scrolling down, John fully expects to see a long list of Campbells, maybe MacDonald or a Stewart mixed in, which are common names from the Highlands. But the names on the screen, they're not Scottish. Rosenberg, Cohen, Goldberg, Adler, Kaplan. Not a single Campbell, not even one. John's first reaction isn't shock, it's confusion. This has to be a mistake, a sample mix-up. This is just impossible. He refreshes the page, he logs out, logs back in, and the same names are back. Goldberg, Adler, Cohen. Then it's time to look at the other key piece of information, which is the haplogroup. A haplogroup is like a major branch on the human family tree, representing a population that shares a distant ancestor from thousands of years ago. As a student of Scottish history, John would know R1b and R1 are very common haplogroups for men with Scottish and Norse Viking roots. One of those has to be expected. The haplogroup that John sees in his results is JM267, more commonly known as J1. A quick search reveals that haplo J1 is a major ancestral marker for many Jewish people, and its highest concentrations are found in the Middle East. It's common among various Jewish populations, including the Ashkenazi Jews. Now, John just sits there staring at the screen. The tartan on the wall suddenly feels like it's a prop, and the family crest looks more now like a foreign symbol. Campbell, J1, Cohen, Goldberg. The two sets of words don't belong. They don't belong in the same universe, let alone in one person's DNA. The DNA doesn't lie. An entire identity, a story built over a lifetime, is revealed to be standing on a foundation of sand. The paternal line isn't Scottish at all. It wasn't from the Highlands. It wasn't Campbell. All the stories, all the pride, it was all for a man who wasn't John's biological great-grandfather. And a deep, hollow feeling washes over John. They are not who they thought they were, and John has no earthly idea who he is supposed to be. So to quickly recap, imagine a genealogist who believed their whole life that they were of Scottish descent, only for a Y-DNA test, the very tool they thought would confirm their heritage, to reveal that their paternal line is not Scottish at all, but Ashkenazi Jewish. Their world has been turned upside down. This journey of discovery it's exactly what this channel is about. If you're finding this story compelling, please take a moment to click the like and subscribe buttons. And if you're really enjoying it, you can also use YouTube's new hype feature. It's a way to show extra support, which is absolutely free for you, to support new videos, and this truly helps the channel grow. It tells the YouTube algorithm that you're enjoying this content, which means that it will get recommended to other budding family historians and genealogists just like you, who are looking for stories just like this. That being said, let's jump back in. And oh, and by the way, please be sure to participate in the comments below. I truly value the community that I have with my viewers, and I try to read and respond to every comment. It lets me know how I'm doing. I receive recommendations for new content, and it lets me know what you, my viewers, are interested in seeing. I enjoy the feedback, and I love in trying to answer your questions. Finally, I'm also excited to announce another way that my audience can support my channel, and that is by becoming a member in addition to subscribing. You can do so by clicking on, just simply on clicking the join button. Membership will give you access to member exclusive content. I'm working on some member exclusive content that will be early access to videos before they become public to everyone, or videos that will only be accessible to you. Also consider joining my Patreon. Patreon is a similar membership platform that allows you to directly support creators in exchange for exclusive content and perks. This will help me tremendously with the logistics of maintaining this channel and keep current with new technologies, with new methodologies, and it will help me to ensure to bring you the best content I can and always improve upon its quality. Your support means the world. It helps me create more in-depth genealogy guides, explore fascinating colonial stories, and also it enables me to connect with you through personalized content. Together, we'll uncover the rich legacies of our ancestors, we'll learn practical research strategies, and celebrate the incredible journeys that have shaped our family's histories. So that being said, now let's jump back in. So after the initial shock starts to fade with John, it's replaced by one burning question. If the paternal line isn't Campbell, well then what is it? The same DNA that shattered an identity is now the only tool available to John to rebuild it. The answer must be in that match list, somewhere among the Rosenbergs, the Cohens, and the Adlers. This is where the real work begins. The detective work begins. The researcher goes from being a proud clan historian, as I said, to a genetic detective. And the Y DNA match list is the only clue John has. The way these tests work is by comparing specific markers on the Y chromosome. The number of differences between two men's markers is called the genetic distance. A tiny genetic distance, say 1 or 2 at 111 markers, suggests a common ancestor who lived fairly recently, likely within the last several hundred years. But now imagine the closest match at a genetic distance of 1 is a man named Rosenberg. This is huge. It means they are very closely related. A deep breath is taken before writing one of the strangest emails imaginable. Hello, David, it might begin. My name is John Campbell. We're a close Y DNA match. This has come as a major surprise to me since my entire known paternal line is Scottish. Your surname Rosenberg and all my other top matches are Ashkenazi Jewish. I think there's been what's called a non-paternity event or NPE somewhere in my recent past. Would you be willing to share your family tree so we can see where we might connect? To incredible relief, David could write back in mere hours. And as a seasoned genealogist himself, he is fascinated by this new puzzle. He graciously shares his research. The researcher, John, stares at the family tree, hunting for a ghost. He needs to find a man in David's family who could have been his biological great-grandfather. He works backward from his grandfather, who was born in 1915, and his birth certificate says his father was the Campbell immigrant. But the DNA says otherwise. That means the great-grandmother, Mary, who married the Campbell man, must have had a child with another man. David's family tree shows his ancestors come from the Russian Empire, an area that's now in modern-day Lithuania, back in the early 1900s, and settled in a crowded immigrant neighborhood in New York City. By cross-referencing this, the researcher finds that his great-grandparents' 1920 census record, he finds that they were living in New York City in the exact same neighborhood as David Rosenberg's family. Suddenly the pieces start snapping together. The great-great-grandmother, Mary, who was a young Irish immigrant, was living in a mostly Jewish neighborhood, and then diving into old newspaper archives and city directories. John's search reveals a small notice in a 1914 local paper about a garment factory fire. It lists displaced employees, and one of these displaced employees was Mary, the one great grandmother, and another is a man named Samuel Rosenberg, David's great uncle. And they worked together. John's heart's pounding at this point, and Samuel Rosenberg was the right age. He lived in the right place. He worked with with John's great grandmother, and according to David, Samuel never married. He was the family's perpetual bachelor, and it was a small family mystery. The story starts to write itself. A young Irish woman and a young Jewish man working side by side in a bustling city, both far from home. They end up having a relationship that crossed difficult cultural and religious lines. There's a pregnancy and then an impossible choice. The final piece falls into place with the original long-form birth certificate of the grandfather in the box for father's name. One name is written, then heavily scratched out. But by holding the document up to the light, faint letters can then be seen under the ink. It doesn't say Campbell, it says Samuel. The grandfather, John Campbell, was actually born John Rosenberg. His mother, Mary, later married the Campbell immigrant, a kind man who must have agreed to raise her son as his own, giving him the Campbell name and a new identity. This, folks, this wasn't a malicious lie. It was a story of love, and it was a story of survival. A young mother made a desperate choice to give her son a name and a future, and that buried a secret so deep it took a century and a DNA test to find it. The lie wasn't a betrayal. It was in fact an act of protection. And finding out the truth about a story like Samuel and Mary, it does change everything. And for weeks, a person can feel like a stranger in their own skin. They look in the mirror and they see someone they don't know, and the name, well, is the name Campbell, which was once a source of immense pride for John, can suddenly feel borrowed, like it's a costume worn for so long that they forget that it isn't real. So is the person still a Campbell? Well, yes and no. Then the name is still theirs. The family who raised them, the father who told them stories, the grandfather that they adored, they were all Campbells. Their love, their history, and their values, that's all woven into who the person is. That part of the identity is real, and it can never be taken away. This experience teaches that family is so much more than just DNA. The man who stepped in may not have been the biological great-grandfather, but he chose to be a father, and that makes him a hero. And his name and legacy will always be honored. But John is also a Rosenberg. There's a whole new history to learn, a history of shuttles in Lithuania, of pogroms and perseverance of journeys to America and new beginnings. New biological cousins may welcome them with open arms, sharing photos and stories. They might say they can even see a family resemblance in the eyes. For the first time, John can look at a biological family tree and see themselves reflected back. This whole journey teaches us that identity isn't a fixed point. It's not one single story. It's in fact a complex, layered tapestry that's woven from biology, culture, love, and choice. And the Y-DNA test didn't erase John's identity. It just added a new, rich, and completely unexpected layer to it. A person may not be descended from Scottish warriors, but they are descended from survivors. People who navigated a tough world and made choices, both secret and open, that allowed for their existence today. And for that, there is incredible gratitude. A person's name might be Campbell, but their biological paternal line is Rosenberg. And through genealogy, they can finally start to understand what it means to be both. Now I ask you, have you ever had a DNA surprise that completely changed how you see your family's history? It can be an incredibly strange but also enriching experience. Please share your story in the comments below. I'd love to hear about your own journeys of discovery. And if you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe for more stories about the secrets hidden in our genes and in our stories. Thanks for watching. Until next time, this is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family. Have you ever stared at your DNA match list and just felt stuck? You're seeing the same family names on both your mom's and your dad's side. And it looks like all your matches are related to each other in a dozen different confusing ways.
And when you try to use the standard tools to sort them, nothing seems to work. Everybody seems to be part of every group with no clear lines. Well, if that sounds painfully familiar to you, you're likely dealing with endogamy. And you've come to the right place. It's easily one of a genealogist's biggest headaches. But it's not a dead end. A lot of people see this as an impossible brick wall. But I want you to change how you think about it. It's not a wall, it's only a puzzle. And just like any puzzle, it can be solved if you have the right strategy. So let's talk about how you can combine a little history with some powerful, specialized DNA strategies to finally untangle those lines and make real progress on your family tree. We're going to break down what's happening, why it's happening, and most importantly, give you a step-by-step action plan to get you moving forward again. Today, on Trace Your New England Roots. What is endogamy and why does it happen? So, what exactly is endogamy? At its core, endogamy it's just the practice of marrying within the same community for many, many generations. And we're not talking about one or two cousin marriages in a family tree here. This is a widespread, long-term pattern across an entire population. These communities could be defined by a few things. Sometimes it's geography. People living on a small island in a remote mountain valley or in an isolated village, they just didn't have a lot of options for marriage partners. Think about Polynesian islanders or secluded Appalachian communities. In other cases, the reasons are cultural and religious. Groups like the Ashkenazi Jews, the Acadians, French Canadians, Low German Mennonites, and even the Amish have all historically married within their communities to preserve their culture and faith. After centuries of this, the gene pool gets pretty small, and everyone in the community becomes related to everyone else in multiple ways. Instead of your family tree branching out like it's supposed to, it starts folding back in on itself. This creates something genealogists call pedigree collapse. You might look at your tree and see that your great grandparents on one side are also your fourth great grandparents on another. The same ancestors just keep popping up. And while a single instance of pedigree collapse is one thing, when it actually becomes the norm for a whole population, that's when you get endogamy. For example, it's not unusual for someone with deep French-Canadian roots to descend from the same founding couple from the 1600s more than a dozen different times. This isn't some flaw in your family history. It's a direct result of your ancestors' lives and their dedication to their community. Understanding that historical can't talk this morning. Understanding that historical context is the first and maybe most important step in untangling the genetic knots that it creates. So why does endogamy wreak havoc on your DNA results? And why this is such a nightmare for genealogists? The DNA testing companies built their prediction models on a standard family tree, one that branches out neatly with almost no overlap. Endogamy completely breaks that model. The main issue is something called inflated shared DNA. Because you and your DNA matches from an endogamous group all descend from the same small pool of founders through many different lines. You share extra little pieces of DNA. These small, numerous DNA segments all get added up and making your total shared Centimorgans number look artificially high. And here's what that actually does. Your DNA match list tells you that you have hundreds of second or third cousins. You get excited. You start building out their family trees. And you find absolutely nothing. The predicted second cousin relationship is a lie. Genetically, you might share 250 centimorgans, which is a classic second cousin amount. But genealogically, your most recent common ancestor could be a sixth great-grandparent, making you seventh cousins. That high shared centimorgan number isn't from one recent relative. It's the accumulated background noise from dozens of distant shared ancestors. This creates a few huge problems. First, it's nearly impossible to tell who is a genuinely close relative and who's a distant one just masquerading as close. Second, it completely torpedoes the sorting techniques we usually rely on. Tools that group your matches into clusters, like MyHeritage's auto cluster or the Leeds method, often fail spectacularly. Instead of neat colored boxes for your 4 grandparent lines, you get one giant messy blob where everyone seems to match everyone else. That's because your family lines aren't genetically separate. They're all tangled together. And finally, it can be incredibly hard to figure out if a match is on your paternal or your maternal side. If both of your parents come from the same endogamous population, a DNA match could be related to you through your dad, your mom, or to make things really fun, both. It's this toxic combination of inflated numbers, misleading predictions, and broken tools that makes so many people hit that wall and want to give up. But this is exactly where our new strategies come into play. So let's look at some of these strategies. One, we're going to build a new foundation by looking at history and a paper trail. Before we even think about touching that DNA match list, we have to take a step back. The single most important strategy for beating endogamy is to start with history and good old-fashioned document-based genealogy. You simply cannot solve an endogamous puzzle with DNA alone. You need an anchor, and that anchor is a well-researched family tree. So your first mission is to build out your family tree on paper as far as you possibly can. Use everything you can find: census records, birth certificates, marriage licenses, church records. And as you do this, you're specifically looking for those points of pedigree collapse. Pay close attention to surnames and locations. When you see the same last name showing up in different branches, dig in. When you find ancestors from the same tiny town in Quebec or the same shuttle in Eastern Europe, you're finding the hot spots of your endogamy. Document every single time you find the same ancestral couple appearing more than once in your tree. This documented tree does two critical things for you. First, it gives you a visual map of the problem. You can literally see how and where your lines are tangled. Second, and more importantly, it gives you a roster of known ancestors to work with. Think of it this way. DNA analysis without a paper trail is like trying to find your way through a city without a map. And a normal city with a grid system, you might be able to manage. But endogamy isn't a grid. It's a labyrinth of winding, interconnected alleyways. Your documented family tree is the map you need to navigate it. It gives you known landmarks, your ancestors, that you can use to figure out where you are and make sense of the DNA clues. Trust me, this is the work you have to do before the real DNA work can begin. You really have to develop a new mindset for analyzing your DNA matches. And once you have your documented tree, it's then time to look at your DNA match list with a completely new mindset. In normal research, we search by the highest total centimorgan value and work our way down. In endogamous research, that is a one-way ticket to frustration. You have to accept one crucial fact. The total shared centimorgan value is often misleading and should be the last thing you look at, not the first. Let me give you another analogy. Imagine your DNA is a big jar of clear water. A recent ancestor is like a single drop of blue dye. And when you share DNA with a cousin from that recent ancestor, you can easily see that streak of blue. But now picture an endogamous population. The jar of water isn't clear. It's already a pale, hazy blue, tinted by centuries of shared DNA from the whole community. Your job isn't just to find any blue, but to pick out that dark, concentrated streak of a recent relationship from the pale blue background noise of the entire population. The total shared Centimorgan value just mixes it all together. It can't tell the difference, so we need to use tools that can isolate that dark streak. This means we stop asking how much DNA do we share in total and start asking better questions like, how is that DNA distributed and what is the quality of our connection? The strategies that follow are all about answering those more precise questions. So let's look at some strategies now. Specialized DNA strategy number 1, the power of the longest segment. The first and most powerful tool in your new arsenal is the longest shared DNA segment. While the total shared DNA can be bloated by dozens of tiny ancient segments, a single long unbroken segment of DNA is a much, much stronger sign of a recent common ancestor. Those tiny segments, they can hang around for centuries, passed down randomly. But large segments get chopped up with each generation. So if you share a big segment, say one that's over 20 or 30 centimorgans with someone, it's way more likely you both got it from a fairly recent common ancestor and not just from the general background noise. Here's how you use this. Go to your DNA match list on a site with a chromosome browser like 23andMe, Family Tree DNA, or even MyHeritage. You can also use a third-party tool like GED Match. Now, for each high match, you're going to do a second check. Click into the details and find the segment data. You're looking for the size of the single largest segment you share. Let's compare two matches here. Match A shares 180 centimorgans with you. The site predicts second to third cousin. But when you look closer, that total is made up of 12 different segments. And the longest one is only 14 centimorgans. Match B shares only 90 centimorgans with you. The site predicts third to fourth cousin. But when you check that total, when you look more closely at that total, it's made of just 2 segments. And the longest one is a massive 45 centimorgans. Under the old way of thinking, you'd go straight for match A. But with our new strategy, match B is 1,000,000 times more valuable. That 45 centimorgan segment is the dark blue dye that we're looking for. It's a clear, strong signal that cuts right through the noise. Match A, despite the high total, is probably just a soup of very distant relationships. So from now on, your workflow is to create a spreadsheet of your top matches and then just add a column for longest segment. Focus on the matches with the biggest single segments. even if their total shared CM is lower. This one change will dramatically improve the quality of your leads. Let's look at a second strategy by just adjusting your thresholds. Building on that last idea, the next step is to consciously ignore the genetic static. As we said, a lot of that inflated centimorgan total comes from a pileup of tiny DNA segments that are common across the whole population. And to get a cleaner signal, we need to filter them out. Most DNA sites have a minimum threshold for what they count as a segment. It's usually around 7 centimorgans. For endogamous research, that's just way too low. You need to mentally or literally raise that bar. Start by ignoring any shared segment under 10 centimorgans. In some really endogamous populations, like those with the Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry, researchers often push that threshold up to 15 centimorgans or even higher. And so then you ask, how do you do this? If you're on a tool like GED Match, you can actually change the settings in the one-to-one comparison tool to ignore segments below a certain size. It will then recalculate your shared centimorgan value based only on the bigger, more meaningful segments, giving you a much more realistic number. If you're on a site like Ancestry that doesn't let you do this, you have to do it manually. When you're looking at shared matches and one seems promising, click through to analyze the quality of that connection. If you see that most of your shared DNA is in tiny chunks, smaller than 10 centimorgans, you should immediately downgrade the priority of that match. By raising your minimum segment threshold, you're basically telling the computer, I want to ignore the pale blue background water and just show me the good stuff. Show me that streak. It helps you filter out the noise so you can focus on the signal. A third strategy is by using what's called the ratio method. And it's a quick but super effective way to judge a match's quality. And as I said, it's called the ratio method. It's just a simple calculation that helps you see if a match's shared DNA is made of many small noisy bits or a few large significant ones. And the formula is dead simple. The total shared centimorgan value divided by the number of shared segments. This gives you the average size of the segments you share. A higher ratio is always better. It means you're sharing more DNA per segment, pointing to a more recent common ancestor. A lower ratio means the total is inflated by lots of tiny, ancient little pieces. So let's go back to our example. Match A would be 180 cm total divided by 12 segments, which gives you 15 centimorgans for the ratio. Match B, 90 cm total divided by 2 segments with a 45 centimorgan segment ratio. The math makes it immediately obvious what we already suspected. Match B is much higher in quality of a match, and the connection is concentrated and not spread out. You can then add another column to your match spreadsheet for this ratio. It takes seconds to calculate for each match, and it gives you a powerful, at-a-glance way to sort and prioritize. When you're staring at thousands of matches that all look the same, the longest segment and the ratio method help you instantly spot the golden nuggets in a mountain of gravel. Well, if you are enjoying my content, please take a moment to click the like and subscribe buttons. It really helps the channel grow because it signals to the YouTube algorithm that you're getting value from this video. It will then recommend it to other budding family historians and genealogists just like you who are seeking similar content. And also be sure to participate in the comments below. I truly, truly value the engagement and the community that it builds that I've developed with my viewers. And I try to read and respond to every comment. It lets me know how I'm doing, and I love receiving recommendations for new content, which this video sprang from, and that you're interested in seeing it. I also enjoy getting feedback and answering any questions you may have. And finally, I'm excited to announce another way you can support my channel by joining my Patreon. There, I provide exclusive access to behind-the-scenes content, early video releases, and live Q&A sessions, as well as special research tips focused on tracing your ancestry, or even specifically your New England ancestry. You can join my Patreon by clicking on the link in the description. Folks, your support means the world. It helps me create more in-depth genealogy guides. It helps me to explore fascinating colonial stories and connect with you. Connect with you through personalized content, and together we'll uncover the rich legacies of our ancestors, learn practical research strategies, and celebrate the incredible journeys that shaped family histories. And thank you for becoming a vital part of this journey. Let's dive into the past and bring your roots to life. Now, let's jump back in. Let's talk about leveraging specific tools for endogamy. Now that we have our core strategies, let's see how to use them on the major genealogy websites. With Ancestry DNA, Ancestry is tough for endogamy because it doesn't have a chromosome browser, but its giant database and shared matches tool are still incredibly useful. The key here is to find a known relative in your match list, ideally a first or second cousin whose relationship you can prove. Use them as an anchor. When you look at the shared matches between you and that known cousin, you're filtering your entire list down to people who are probably on that specific branch of your family. Even in an endogamous group, this helps isolate one family line from all the background noise. Also, use Ancestry's custom groups feature. You can create up to 64 color-coded groups now. Use this to meticulously tag your matches based on longest segment size from that you get from another site, known locations, or surnames, basically creating your own manual clustering system. With MyHeritage, 23andMe, and Family Tree DNA, the huge advantage with these sites is the chromosome browser. This is where you can really put the longest segment strategy to work. But they also offer another powerful tool, triangulation, which we've talked about in another video. Triangulation is when you find two matches who not only match you, but also match each other on the same exact piece of DNA. This is like a triple confirmation that all three of you got that segment from the same ancestor. For endogamous research, finding a triangulated group is the gold standard. When you find one, you can research everyone in that group with high confidence you're all chasing the same ancestor. With GED Match, which is a third-party tool, it's an absolute must-have if you're serious about tackling endogamy. It gives you a suite of advanced tools and more control. As we mentioned, you can change the Centimorgan threshold for a segment comparison. But even better is the endogamy auto-cluster tool. This was designed specifically to fix the one giant blob problem. It uses smarter filters like minimum average segment size to try and tease apart clusters even in endogamous groups. It has presets for somewhat endogamous and highly endogamous populations that adjust how aggressively it filters. This can be a total game changer for seeing your family groups. Finally, GED Match also has tools that estimate the number of generations to a common ancestor, which can be far more accurate than the relationship predictions from the other main testing sites. So let's put it all together with a case study. Let's walk through a quick case study to see how this works in the real world. Let's meet David. He has 4 grandparents of Ashkenazi Jewish descent. His DNA results on Ancestry are a mess. He has over 30,000 matches and hundreds are listed as second, third cousins. He's trying to break through a wall on his paternal grandfather's side. He finds a promising match, we'll call her Sarah, who shares 210 Centimorgans. The site says they are likely second cousins, and David spends weeks building Sarah's tree, but he can't find a single connection. He's frustrated and ready to quit. This is the classic endogamy trap. Now, let's hit rewind and let's have David start to use our new strategies. First, David builds out his own tree noting the specific towns in Lithuania and Poland his ancestors came from. Second, he uploads his and Sarah's kits, DNA kits, to get more data. Third, he analyzes those segments. In GED match, he sees the 210 centimorgans is spread across 15 segments. The longest segment is only 19 centimorgans. He then calculates the ratio. 210 cm divided by 15 segments is a low ratio of 14, and this is a red flag. David realizes Sarah is probably a red herring, a distant cousin related in many ways and not a close one. He puts her on the back burner. He then scans the quality of the results. David goes back to his list, but now he's hunting for quality, not quantity. He finds a different match. We'll call him Ben, who shares only 85 centimorgans. Before, he could have skipped right over Ben, but he checks the data. They share that 85 centimorgans in just 2 segments, with a longest segment of 55 centimorgans. The ratio is a very strong 42.5, 42.5. Now that's a high quality signal. He focuses on Ben. He messages Ben. Ben's grandparents are also from Lithuania, from a town just 20 miles from where David's great-grandparents lived. Because the DNA signal is so clear, David focuses all his energy on Ben's tree. In just a few hours, David finds it. His and Ben's great-grandmothers were sisters. They are true third cousins. The 85 centimorgans they share is a real traceable inheritance from one recent couple. He successfully ignored thousands of noisy matches to find the one that actually mattered. And this is the power of the strategic approach. It lets you tune out the static and zero in on the signals that lead to real breakthroughs. We have gone through a ton of information, and I know it can feel like a lot. But I want to leave you with a clear, simple plan and a dose of encouragement. Dealing with endogamy, it is tough, but you can absolutely make progress. Here is your action plan. 1. Build your tree first. Before anything else, build out a solid, document-based family tree. Find your points of pedigree collapse. This is your map. Number 2, shift your mindset. Stop trusting the shared CM values and the relationship predictions. For you, they're not reliable. Number 3, prioritize quality over quantity. Your new best friends are the longest segment and the centimorgan divided by segment ratio. Focus on matches with large unbroken segments. They are your best friends. They are your best leads, period. Number 4, just filter out the noise. Mentally or literally raise your minimum segment threshold to 10 or 15 centimorgans to filter out all that ancient population static. Number 5, use the right tools for the job. Use chromosome browsers for triangulation. Use a known cousin on Ancestry to isolate a branch. And definitely explore the powerful Endogamy Autocluster, and other analysis tools on GED Match. Endogamy is not an insurmountable brick wall. It's a complex and fascinating puzzle that tells the story of your ancestors' close-knit community. It takes more patience and a different set of tools, but the answers are hiding in your DNA. And by combining their history with these specialized strategies, you can finally start to untangle your family lines. You can do this. If you found this video helpful, please give it a like and be sure to subscribe for more advanced genealogy tips. Your support helps the channel reach more people who are stuck on the very same problems. And now I want to hear from you. Let me know in the comments if you've dealt with endogamy. What population are you researching? What strategies have worked for you? Let's build a community and help each other solve these amazing puzzles together. Thanks for watching. This again is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family.
So, you've taken a DNA test. You get a match with person A, and you also match to person B. To make things interesting, you find out person A and person B also match each other. You're all connected. But how? This little DNA triangle is the key to unlocking a whole new branch of your family tree. And today, I'm going to show you exactly how to use this powerful technique called triangulation to find that shared ancestor. Now, let's be real. You open your DNA results and you're staring at a list of hundreds, maybe even thousands of matches. It feels like walking into a library where someone has tossed every single book on the floor. The information is there somewhere, but the sheer volume is completely overwhelming to you. You might see a few familiar names, but mostly you see strangers. And yet the testing company is telling you that you're related. That's the puzzle of genetic genealogy, right? It's a problem of finding the signal that's in the noise. The signal is that faint genetic echo from a shared great-great-grandparent. The noise, well, it's just everything else. Triangulation is the tool that turns the volume way up on that signal. It's not just about finding one relative, it's about finding a whole group of relatives who all descend from the same ancestor. By using your collective DNA and family trees, you can pinpoint exactly who that ancestor was. It's one of the most reliable ways we have to confirm family lines and smash through those brick walls we all have in our family trees. In this video, we're going to demystify triangulation. We'll cover what it is, why it works, and I'll walk you through step by step how you can use it on the major DNA testing sites. everyone, this is Eric again with Trace Your New England Roots. I'm coming to you today from one of my inside locations. I got back late last night from a family cruise to the Bahamas, only to be greeted by rainy 48-degree weather here in New England. And the rain has stopped, but unfortunately, it's still wet and chilly outside and quite windy. So I have to be flexible in order to make sure I stay consistent with getting my content out to you. So I am thankful for your support and encouragement, and yes, even your constructive feedback. While I was waiting to board at the ship terminal, I received a comment from one of my viewers who thanked me for the information that I provided in a recent video where I discussed the 3 common DNA mistakes that you must avoid in genealogy. In the video, I briefly touched upon triangulation in genealogical DNA test result analysis. And this viewer asked if I had any deeper content on triangulation, and I did agree with her that a new video which delved deeper into this discussion was needed. So that being said, let's jump right in. So what's the big idea here? The word triangulation gives us a huge clue. It involves 3 points. In our case, 3 people. Let's call them U, match A, and match B. Now here's the deal. If you share a specific chunk of DNA with match A, and you also share that same exact chunk of DNA with match B, and that's the important part here, match A and match B also share that segment with each other, then all 3 of you almost certainly inherited it from a single common ancestor. So think of it like a family heirloom. Imagine your great-grandmother or great-grandfather had a really unique pocket watch, and they passed it down to their family. Decades later, you meet 2 completely different strangers, and you all discover that you have the exact same one-of-a-kind antique pocket watch. The only logical conclusion is that all of you descend from that same original owner. DNA segments work the same way. We get our DNA on long strands called chromosomes, and pieces of those chromosomes get passed down through the generations. When we find 3 people who all share the same specific segment, we found a genetic heirloom, just like that watch that points right back to the person who first passed it down. Now, this shared piece of DNA is called a triangulated segment, and the group that shares it is a triangulation group. So why is 3 the magic number here? Well, it all comes down to probability. The odds of you and one other person sharing a decent sized DNA segment by random chance are small. But it's not impossible, especially if your families come from the same small communities. However, the probability of a 3rd person also sharing that exact same segment in the same exact spot, is that sheer coincidence? It's astronomically low. It's practically 0. So when we see this 3-way match, we can be confident the connection is real, and it comes from a relatively recent common ancestor. This is what gives us the evidence to confirm relationships and separate the truly useful matches from the background noise. Now, we're going to talk about two different flavors of triangulation here. One is called segment, and the other one is called pedigree. This is where things can get a little confusing, folks, but the term triangulation is used for two slightly different methods. The one you use completely depends on the tools provided by the company that you tested your DNA with. So let's break down these two segments. The first segment, which is called segment triangulation, is it really is the gold standard. That it's the most scientifically rigorous version. This method requires a tool called a chromosome browser. That's a key word, folks. Make a note of that. Write that down. Chromosome browser, which is in essence a visual map that shows you exactly which segments of DNA on which chromosomes you share with your matches. To do segment triangulation, you have to be able to compare the DNA of at least 3 people at once to verify that you, match A, and match B all share an overlapping segment on the same chromosome. This is really the truest form of triangulation because you're genetically proving the link. Companies like 23andMe, MyHeritage, Family Tree DNA, and the third-party tool GED Match all give you the chromosome browsers you need to do this. But you might have noticed a big name missing from that list, and that's Ancestry DNA. Ancestry doesn't currently have a chromosome browser or give you access to detailed segment data. That makes true segment triangulation impossible to do on their site. And that brings us to the second type of triangulation, which is pedigree triangulation. Pedigree triangulation, which some people call tree triangulation, is what you do when you don't have that segment data. Instead of confirming the link with chromosomes, you build your case using family trees. The process starts pretty much the same way. You find a group of people, there's you, match A, and match B, who are all shared matches with each other. But instead of looking at the DNA segments, you dive into their family trees. You meticulously compare the trees of everyone in the group, searching for a common ancestral couple that shows up in all of them, no matter which tree you look at. You're triangulating the paper trail to identify the most recent common ancestor. It's a genealogical proof that's backed up by a strong genetic suggestion. While it's less direct, it's still an incredibly effective strategy, and it's the main method for the millions of researchers on ancestry DNA. So, to sum it up, segment triangulation uses chromosome data to prove I'm letting you take notes here, chromosome data to prove a shared ancestor. Pedigree triangulation uses shared matches and family trees to deduce a shared ancestor. Both are powerful. You just need to know which one to use for the site you're on. Now, before we dive into the practical step-by-step guide, if you're finding this information valuable, it would be a huge help if you could take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. You can even use YouTube's hype feature to show your support. It really helps the YouTube algorithm find and recommend this video to others just like you, other budding genealogists and family historians just like you. It's the best way to support this channel, and it honestly really does help me continue to bring these informative videos to you. And please, also, I love your comments. Please continue to participate in the comments below. I really do read them, and they often inspire new videos like this. In fact, this very video you're watching right now comes from a question Joanne asked me about triangulation after viewing the previous video on the three common DNA mistakes. So thank you, Joanne, and thank you all for your engagement. So now let's step up, step in, and let's look at a step-by-step guide to finding your common ancestor. So all right, folks, let's get practical here. We're going to walk through this step by step. I'd suggest grabbing a notebook or opening a spreadsheet, because staying organized is your best friend here. Step 1, choose your starting point, the anchor match that you need in starting. You need a starting point, an anchor. The absolute best anchor is a known relative whose relationship you can confirm, like a second or third cousin. Why, you may ask? Because you already know which branch of your family they're on. If you start with your dad's first cousin, you know any triangulated group you build from them has to connect on your father's side. That immediately cuts your work in half. A second cousin is even better because they help you isolate one of your 4 great-grandparent lines. If you don't have any known cousins who've tested, well, don't worry about it. Just start with one of your closest DNA matches. Even if you don't recognize their name, pick someone who shares a good amount of DNA with you and who hopefully might have a public family tree that you can look at. They will be your test case. Step 2, you need to find your shared matches. The next step is crucial, and it's a feature on every major testing site. Go to your Anchor Matches profile page and find the list of people that you both share a DNA match with. It has a few different names. On Ancestry DNA, it's called the shared match. It's on the shared matches tab. On 23andMe, it's called relatives in common. On Family Tree DNA, look for the quote, in common with feature. On MyHeritage, you'll see a shared, quote, shared matches list. This is your pool of candidates for triangulation. Every single person on this list forms one corner of a potential DNA triangle with you and your anchor match. Your job now is to find the most promising candidates. Look for people who share a healthy amount of DNA with both of you and who have a family tree you can dig into. So both of you match. Both of you have family trees you compare. Step 3 is the fork in the road. It's where you follow the data. This is where our paths splits, depending on whether we're doing segment or pedigree triangulation. In path A, the segment triangulation route, this is where we're talking about MyHeritage, 23andMe, FTDNA, GED match. If you're on a site with a chromosome browser, your next move is to genetically confirm the triangle. Let's take your anchor match, we'll say match A, and a promising person from the shared list, which we'll call match B. You need to see if all 3 of you share DNA in exactly the same spot. On MyHeritage, this is incredibly easy. MyHeritage automatically finds triangulated segments for you. When you're looking at your shared matches with match A, you'll see a small icon next to match B if a triangulation exists. Click it, and it will take you right to the chromosome browser, showing you the exact segment that all 3 of you share. It does the hardest part for you. On 23andMe or Family Tree DNA, the or FTDNA, I sometimes call it, the process is it's more manual. You use the chromosome browser to compare your DNA with match A. Then you compare your DNA with match B. You have to look for an overlapping segment on the same chromosome. Then, just to be sure, you need to confirm that match A and match B also share that same segment with each other. On my personal favorite, on GED Match, this absolutely free third-party tool is a triangulation powerhouse. After you upload your data, you can use its triangulation tool. You just plug in your kit number and a matches kit number, and it will generate a report of everyone in the database who triangulates with both of you, complete with the exact chromosome and segment details. Once you've confirmed that you, match A, and match B all share a specific DNA segment, you've officially formed a triangulation group. This is a huge breakthrough, folks. Now your job becomes purely genealogical. Compare the family trees of everyone in that group and find the common ancestor. That's your person right there. So since we don't have, unfortunately, since we don't have segment tools on Ancestry, we have to build a web of connections and look for patterns that we can trap in this spider web. Now, you've already done steps 1 and 2. You have your anchor match and a list of shared matches. Now, instead of looking at chromosomes, pick a strong match from that list. We'll call them match B. Go to their profile and click on their shared matches tab. Look through that list. This again is on Ancestry. Do you see other people from your original list? Your goal here is to then find a cluster of people, say 3 to 6 individuals who all consistently show up in both of your shared matches lists. This creates what's called a genetic network. While you can't prove they all share the exact same DNA segment, the fact that they're all genetically linked to each other It's a huge clue, folks, that they descend from the same recent family line. Once you have this cluster, the real detective work begins. Open up the family trees for every single person in your cluster, every single one of them. You're looking for an intersection point or a specific surname, a location, or even better, an ancestral couple that appears in multiple trees. For example, you might notice that 3 of the 5 people in your cluster, they might have the same surname of O'Malley. They're ancestors from County Mayo, Ireland in the 1850s. That's your sign here. You can now focus all your research on that O'Malley line, building out their tree and their own until you find that commonality, that link. You're using the genetics to form your hypothesis and the paper trail at the same time to prove it. That's pedigree triangulation. Let's look at a case study in triangulation here for an example. Let's make this real with one quick example. And I imagine I'm trying to find the father of my great grandfather, James Smith. That's just the name that's out there. I made it up. He was born around 1880 in Ohio. This is a massive brick wall in my tree. I'm on my heritage. I start with my known second cousin, Carol. We both descend from James Smith's son. So she is my anchor. I go to our shared matches page and see a list of 50 people. One match. Robert catches my eyes. He shares a good amount of DNA with me and Carol, and he has a great public tree. And best of all, my heritage puts that little triangulated segment icon right next to his name. Bingo! I got him. I click to review the match, and the chromosome browser shows me that on chromosome 12, all 3 of us, me, Carol, and Robert, share a big overlapping segment. We have confirmed a triangulation group. Now here comes the genealogy here. I know Carol and I descend from James Smith. So the ancestor who gave us this DNA has to be at or above James Smith in our tree. I look at the tree, but I don't see any Smiths. Robert's great grandparents were Henry and Mary Jones, who lived in the exact same tiny county in Ohio where my James Smith was born at exactly the same time. Now, this is still a huge clue. My new theory is that James Smith is related to the Jones family. And I start researching Henry and Mary Jones and find they had 5 children, including a daughter named Sarah. Digging into old newspapers, I find a social column from 1879 that mentions Sarah Jones had a child out of wedlock. The timing here is perfect. Could her son be my great grandfather James? With this very specific hypothesis, which I only have because triangulation pointed me to the Jones family, I order a birth record. And the birth record comes back that James Jones, born to Sarah Jones, father unknown. Later census records show the same James living with a stepfather named Smith. This puzzle is now solved. Triangulation didn't hand me the answer on a silver platter, but it took an impossible brick wall and turned it into a specific, solvable research question. It pointed me to the exact family in the exact location in the exact time period. That's the power of this, folks. This whole process can seem complicated at first, but I promise you, after you walk through it a couple of times, it'll just become second nature. It is truly one of the best tools we have for making real breakthroughs in our family history. If you found this guide helpful, please do me a favor and click that subscribe button and the like button. It really does help the channel grow, and it makes sure you won't miss out on future videos. And also, I want to hear from you. I really do try to read every comment and try to reply to as many as I can. Have you used triangulation to break through one of your own brick walls? Please share your success stories or questions or failures in the comments below. Reading about your discoveries as well as your failures and challenges is honestly one of the best part of making these videos. And if you're ready to take your skills to the next level, I highly recommend checking out my video on using DNA clustering techniques, which is a future video I'm working on. Like the leads method to get your matches organized before you even start triangulating. You can click on the link on the screen to watch what's coming next. So, what's the big takeaway here? The long, confusing list of DNA matches isn't just a random collection of strangers. It's a web of family connections waiting for you to untangle it. Triangulation is the systematic way to do just that. It all boils down to that simple but powerful idea that a specific piece of DNA shared by 3 people had to have come from one ancestor. Whether you're using the gold standard segment triangulation on a site like MyHeritage or GED Match, or the clever pedigree triangulation method on Ancestry DNA, the goal is the same. Start with an anchor. Find the people you share in common and use that group to hunt for the ancestor that connects you all. It takes patience, it takes practice, but it will transform your DNA results from a simple curiosity into a dynamic roadmap to your past. The clues are right there, folks, embedded in your genetics. And now you have one of the most important keys to unlock them. Thanks for watching, everyone, and happy ancestor hunting. This is Eric with Trace Your New England Roots, where history starts with your family.